השנים שלוש. וואו, איזה סאונד...
איזו שנה הייתה לנו, רבת תהפוכות ועמוסת פעילות וגם וריאנטים חדשים, ולמרות זאת הגענו גם ליעדים חדשים. רגע לפני סוף 2021 אנחנו שמחים לשתף אתכם בחלק מפעילות המכון ומההישגים של הצוות שלנו. זאת הייתה השנה שהייתה במכון אבא אבן.
Okay, this is reality in Israel. אלה רק חלק מההישגים המדהימים שלנו לשנת 2021. יש לנו עוד תוכניות רבות ומגוונות לשנת 2022, ובעזרת הצוות המדהים והמסור שלנו, המתמחים והשותפים שלנו, אנחנו נגיע לפסגות וגבהים חדשים. אני מאחל לכולנו שנה אזרחית טובה.
In 1994, the Dean of the Faculty of Law at Tel Aviv University decides to leave his senior position. At an abandoned military base in the heart of Herzliya, he dreams of establishing the first academic institution of its kind in the state of Israel. An independent, multidisciplinary, broad-minded, convention-breaking academic institution. A place that fosters freedom of thought and encourages self-realization. He brings in partners who share his vision, and they enthusiastically join on the bold adventure. 360 students enroll in the first year. The Interdisciplinary Center Herzliya is underway. It's the dawn of the new millennium, and IDC Herzliya is growing. Its unique spirit makes it a magnet for the top lecturers and researchers from around the world who come to lead a true academic revolution in Israeli education. Technology and science alongside social sciences and humanities. Education in entrepreneurship and initiative alongside social responsibility and community involvement. Academic excellence at an international level together with personal attention and devotion to every student, and chiefly, the training of the future leaders of the State of Israel.
אני ואתה נשנה את העולם. אני ואתה אז יבואו כבר כולם. אמרו את זה קודם לפניי, זה לא משנה. אני ואתה נשנה את העולם. אני ואתה ננסה מההתחלה. יהיה לנו רע, אין דבר, זה לא נורא. אמרו את זה קודם לפניי, זה לא משנה. אני ואתה נשנה את העולם.
Many partners join in the vision, and the pastoral campus is filled with more and more new schools, labs and research institutes, TV and radio studios, classrooms, groundbreaking programs, and thousands of young people with a spark in their eyes. IDC Herzliya is becoming one of the most sought-after academic institutions in Israel and abroad, with students from over 90 countries around the world.
תארו לכם עולם יפה, פחות עצוב ממשהו ככה, ואנחנו שם הולכים עם שמש בכיסים ועל דקות הכוכבים, והזמן עובר בלי פחד. תארו לכם אותנו מגשימים את כל החלומות. תארו לכם באמצע יום יפה, שמיים עליכם, האהבה איתכם, כן ככה זה קרה. לפתע היא אמרה, אני עוד זוכר אותה, כמו בסערה. תתארו לכם עולם יפה, תתארו לכם קצת אושר.
A quarter of a century has passed. Within a few years, one man's dream has become a reality that couldn't have been imagined. From an abandoned base to the first private university in Israel, home to thousands of researchers and students from Israel and the world. An extensive network of tens of thousands of graduates serving in key positions in the workforce, in both public and private sectors, and leading countless groundbreaking initiatives. A vibrant academic institution with deeply rooted values and a gaze that looks far beyond the horizon.
אור גדול מאיר הכל, ויותר כבר לא צריך לשאול. אני בא ללמוד ממה שטוב ולחיות, להתחיל הכל מההתחלה, כמו לנשום בפעם הראשונה. אני כאן, אני לא מתבזבז יותר.
לפני 27 שנים יצאתי למהלך של הקמת אוניברסיטה עם שליחות שונה מזו שהתקיימה אז באקדמיה הישראלית. כשאני רואה אתכם כאן בערב המקסים הזה עם המשפחות שלכם, אני מרגיש שמילאתי שליחות ושהכל היה כדאי.
איזו שנה הייתה לנו, רבת תהפוכות ועמוסת פעילות וגם וריאנטים חדשים, ולמרות זאת הגענו גם ליעדים חדשים. רגע לפני סוף 2021 אנחנו שמחים לשתף אתכם בחלק מפעילות המכון ומההישגים של הצוות שלנו. זאת הייתה השנה שהייתה במכון אבא אבן.
Okay, this is reality in Israel. אלה רק חלק מההישגים המדהימים שלנו לשנת 2021. יש לנו עוד תוכניות רבות ומגוונות לשנת 2022, ובעזרת הצוות המדהים והמסור שלנו, המתמחים והשותפים שלנו, אנחנו נגיע לפסגות וגבהים חדשים. אני מאחל לכולנו שנה אזרחית טובה.
In 1994, the Dean of the Faculty of Law at Tel Aviv University decides to leave his senior position. At an abandoned military base in the heart of Herzliya, he dreams of establishing the first academic institution of its kind in the state of Israel. An independent, multidisciplinary, broad-minded, convention-breaking academic institution. A place that fosters freedom of thought and encourages self-realization. He brings in partners who share his vision, and they enthusiastically join on the bold adventure. 360 students enroll in the first year. The Interdisciplinary Center Herzliya is underway.
הייתי אז מוכרח לפרוס כנפיים ולעוף אל מקום שבו אולי כמו הר נבו רואים רחוק, רואים שבור.
It's the dawn of the new millennium, and IDC Herzliya is growing. Its unique spirit makes it a magnet for the top lecturers and researchers from around the world who come to lead a true academic revolution in Israeli education. Technology and science alongside social sciences and humanities. Education in entrepreneurship and initiative alongside social responsibility and community involvement. Academic excellence at an international level together with personal attention and devotion to every student. And chiefly, the training of the future leaders of the State of Israel.
אני ואתה נשנה את העולם. אני ואתה אז יבואו כבר כולם. אמרו את זה קודם לפניי, זה לא משנה. אני ואתה נשנה את העולם. אני ואתה ננסה מההתחלה. יהיה לנו רע, אין דבר, זה לא נורא. אמרו את זה קודם לפניי, זה לא משנה. אני ואתה נשנה את העולם.
Many partners join in the vision, and the pastoral campus is filled with more and more new schools, labs and research institutes, TV and radio studios, classrooms, groundbreaking programs, and thousands of young people with a spark in their eyes. IDC Herzliya is becoming one of the most sought-after academic institutions in Israel and abroad, with students from over 90 countries around the world.
תארו לכם עולם יפה, פחות עצוב ממשהו ככה, ואנחנו שם הולכים עם שמש בכיסים ועל גגות הכוכבים, והזמן עובר בלי פחד. תארו לכם אותנו מגשימים את כל החלומות, ותארו לכם באמצע יום יפה, שמיים עליכם, האהבה איתכם, כן ככה זה קרה, לפתע היא אמרה, אני עוד זוכר אותה.
A quarter of a century has passed. Within a few years, one man's dream has become a reality that couldn't have been imagined. From an abandoned base to the first private university in Israel, home to thousands of researchers and students from Israel and the world. an extensive network of tens of thousands of graduates serving in key positions in the workforce in both public and private sectors and leading countless groundbreaking initiatives. A vibrant academic institution with deeply rooted values and a gaze that looks far beyond the horizon.
אור גדול מאיר הכל, ויותר כבר לא צריך לשאול. אני בא ללמוד ממה שטוב ולחיות. להתחיל הכל מההתחלה, כמו לנשום בפעם הראשונה. אני כאן, אני לא מתבזבז יותר.
לפני 27 שנים יצאתי למהלך של הקמת אוניברסיטה עם שליחות שונה מזו שהתקיימה אז באקדמיה הישראלית. כשאני רואה אתכם כאן בערב המקסים הזה עם המשפחות שלכם, אני מרגיש שמילאתי שליחות ושהכל היה כדאי.
איזו שנה הייתה לנו, רבת תהפוכות ועמוסת פעילות וגם וריאנטים חדשים, ולמרות זאת הגענו גם ליעדים חדשים. רגע לפני סוף 2021 אנחנו שמחים לשתף אתכם בחלק מפעילות המכון ומההישגים של הצוות שלנו. זאת הייתה השנה שהייתה במכון אבא אבן.
Okay, this is reality in Israel. אלה רק חלק מההישגים המדהימים שלנו לשנת 2021. יש לנו עוד תוכניות רבות ומגוונות לשנת 2022, ובעזרת הצוות המדהים והמסור שלנו, המתמחים והשותפים שלנו, אנחנו נגיע לפסגות וגבהים חדשים. אני מאחל לכולנו שנה אזרחית טובה.
In 1994, the Dean of the Faculty of Law at Tel Aviv University decides to leave his senior position. At an abandoned military base in the heart of Herzliya, he dreams of establishing the first academic institution of its kind in the state of Israel. An independent, multidisciplinary, broad-minded, convention-breaking academic institution. A place that fosters freedom of thought and encourages self-realization. He brings in partners who share his vision, and they enthusiastically join on the bold adventure. 360 students enroll in the first year. The Interdisciplinary Center at Herzliya is underway.
היה כל כך, הייתי אז מוכרח לפרוס כנפיים ולעוף אל מקום שבו אולי כמו הר נבו רואים רחוק, רואים שם.
It's the dawn of the new millennium, and IDC Herzliya is growing. Its unique spirit makes it a magnet for the top lecturers and researchers from around the world who come to lead a true academic revolution in Israeli education. Technology and science alongside social sciences and humanities. Education in entrepreneurship and initiative alongside social responsibility and community involvement. Academic excellence at an international level together with personal attention and devotion to every student, and chiefly, the training of the future leaders of the State of Israel.
אני ואתה נשנה את העולם. אני ואתה, אז יבואו כבר כולם. אמרו את זה קודם לפניי, זה לא משנה. אני ואתה נשנה את העולם. אני ואתה ננסה מההתחלה. יהיה לנו רע, אין דבר, זה לא נורא. אמרו את זה קודם לפניי, זה לא משנה. אני ואתה נשנה את העולם.
Many partners join in the vision, and the pastoral campus is filled with more and more new schools, labs and research institutes, TV and radio studios, classrooms, groundbreaking programs, and thousands of young people with a spark in their eyes. IDC Herzliya is becoming one of the most sought-after academic institutions in Israel and abroad, with students from over 90 countries around the world.
תארו לכם עולם יפה, פחות עצוב, משהו ככה, ואנחנו שם הולכים עם שמש בכיסים ועל גגות הכוכבים, והזמן עובר בלי פחד. תארו לכם אותנו מגשימים את כל החלומות. תארו לכם באמצע יום יפה, שמיים עליכם, האהבה איתכם, כן ככה זה קרה. לפתע היא אמרה, אני עוד זוכר אותה, כמו בסערה. תתארו לכם עולם יפה, תתארו לכם קצת אושר.
A quarter of a century has passed. Within a few years, one man's dream has become a reality that couldn't have been imagined. From an abandoned base to the first private university in Israel, home to thousands of researchers and students from Israel and the world. An extensive network of tens of thousands of graduates serving in key positions in the workforce in both public and private sectors and leading countless groundbreaking initiatives. A vibrant academic institution with deeply rooted values and a gaze that looks far beyond the horizon.
אור גדול מאיר הכל, ויותר כבר לא צריך לשאול. אני בא ללמוד ממה שטוב ולחיות, להתחיל הכל מההתחלה, כמו לנשום בפעם הראשונה. אני כאן, אני לא מתבזבז יותר.
לפני 27 שנים יצאתי למהלך של הקמת אוניברסיטה עם שליחות שונה מזו שהתקיימה אז באקדמיה הישראלית. כשאני רואה אתכם כאן בערב המקסים הזה, עם המשפחות שלכם. אני מרגיש שמילאתי שליחות ושהכל היה כדאי.
איזו שנה הייתה לנו, רבת תהפוכות ועמוסת פעילות וגם וריאנטים חדשים, ולמרות זאת הגענו גם ליעדים חדשים. רגע לפני סוף 2021 אנחנו שמחים לשתף אתכם בחלק מפעילות המכון ומההישגים של הצוות שלנו. זאת הייתה השנה שהייתה במכון אבא אבן.
Okay, this is reality in Israel. אלה רק חלק מההישגים המדהימים שלנו לשנת 2021. יש לנו עוד תוכניות רבות ומגוונות לשנת 2022, ובעזרת הצוות המדהים והמסור שלנו, המתמחים והשותפים שלנו, אנחנו נגיע לפסגות וגבהים חדשים. אני מאחל לכולנו שנה אזרחית טובה.
Boker Tov, good morning. Please take your seats. We're about to begin. I'd appreciate if everybody can switch their cellular devices into silent mode. Your Excellencies, the Chairman of the Board and the founding President of Reichman University, Professor Reichman, Ambassadors, members of the Diplomatic Mission in Israel, Directors, Deans, dear guests and colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and warm welcome to you all. Sabach el-Khir, Ohio, Gaizamas. I hope I pronounced it correctly. I can assure you that concludes my Japanese. I'm Gutzal Al-Yachin, I'm the Executive Director of the Abba Eberhard Institute, and it is a pleasure to welcome you all to this special conference on the future of Israel, Japan, and the Arab Gulf relations. So much has happened since the idea of this conference was first conceived, new COVID variants, and unfortunately, a new war in Europe. COVID restrictions and heavy weather conditions made international travel more complicated, but the war in Ukraine and its international implications made today's conference even more relevant, as we are meeting today at what seems to be at the dawn of a new era in world affairs and international security. We're therefore especially thankful for the fact that we can hold this conference here in Israel physically, in the physical presence of senior delegates from Japan and the Gulf. And we appreciate the efforts of our international guests in making the efforts to and taking the trouble to come over to Israel. And I hope we have managed to make the long journey easier and your stay here more comfortable. Today's proceeding will be held in a hybrid mode with active participation on stage, some interactive online and recorded contributions, and obviously the audience here in the hall. Our audience is in fact larger than the people in this room today, as we are streaming this live event online, and we have registered participations from many countries across the globe, including from Japan in Tokyo, India, New Delhi, Russia, from Moscow, Singapore, Dubai, and many more. And I'm sure you all appreciate the fact that we are having today many students joining this live from Tokyo University, coinciding with the Israel Month held on campus. To get straight to the point, at the heart of this conference lies the belief in the promise of the Abraham Accords and their potential to benefit peoples of this region and beyond. But the ambitions for a better world are shadowed by the war in Europe. Addressing this tension is the chairman of the board of directors and the founding president of Reichman University. Ladies and gentlemen, it is truly an honor to present to you Professor Uri Reichman.
Thank you very much. His Excellency, Ambassador Mitsushima Koichi, Ambassador of Japan, His Excellency Khalid Youssef El Alhama, Ambassador of the Kingdom of Bahrain, welcome again here. Our colleagues from Tokyo University and other universities from Japan, you are most welcome here, and we are looking forward to collaborate with you as with our colleagues from in the future from Bahrain and other Gulf countries. This is a conference that is planned to deal with cooperation. But sadly, we cannot ignore what is unfolding in front of our eyes in Eastern Europe. Cooperation is replaced by confrontation, misery, and death. Let us reflect for a moment on the meaning of what is by now the biggest military conflict on European soil since World War II, and what can we learn from this in the context of today's conference. Let me only say that what is happening is a kind of an attempt to restore the power of the Soviet Union in the close of Russia, in accordance with thinking that was was in force during the Cold War. Cold War divides the world. There was clear borders between socialist countries, so-called, and the West. And this division was a result of all the powers tired of the Second World War and trying to prevent another round of major war, this time with the threat of nuclear power. And the division based on ideology, so to speak, between communism on the one side and free market democracy on the other side. Now, reality, that division was not based on the will of the people. It was based on the will of nations. It was something that was arbitrarily decided according to where the armies stayed after the Second World War. Now, what is happening today, in my view, is a weak attempt to restore some of the glory of the Soviet Union. We are no longer living in the Brezhnev doctrine that the socialist countries have to adhere to the Warsaw Pact. They cannot leave it. And the Brezhnev doctrine also disallowed power within the countries under the rule of the Soviet Union that were not totally dominated by the communism. That is dead. And the downfall of this story is the story of the powers of democracies stemming up on their own. The downfall of the Soviet Union started with something which was bizarre, the Duvchik revolt, so to speak. In 1968, where it was crushed by Russian tanks. This spring was the beginning, although it was crushed. And then, story goes the story of the 1980s with Valenza and the Solidarity movement that revolted, and later on the basic quick deterioration of the empire, the Russian Empire, Soviet Union in 1989 with the elections, 4th of July. The election of Poland in 1989 that did away with communist rule, and in September, the downfall of the Berlin Wall, 1991, the deterioration, the end of the Soviet Empire, small attempt to invade the Baltic countries, which failed, and we had a new order which brought about independence to the former Warsaw Pact countries, including in 1991 the Baltic countries, Belarus, Moldavia, and of course, Ukraine. Now, what we see now is not an attempt to revive the Brezhnev doctrine. It's too late for it. But something which was proposed in 1959 by Stalin about Germany. He said, let's have a neutral countries, not the East, not the West, something in between, and so on. And now this is the last cry, the last hurrah of this doctrine, this idea is the last hurrah regarding Ukraine by Mr. Putin. It is doomed. There is no question about it. There is the understanding that this retroactive thought will not succeed. It will not succeed because it created a major shift in what we understood. We understood that power is still a weapon that is used by totalitarian countries. And the hope of us all that is a new world in which, everything is open. And there is a commerce and understanding and so on. It's threatened. It's threatened by forces that are represented by Mr. Putin, based on dreams of past glory, using Nazi tactics of blitzkrieg, which failed this time. It's a blitzkrieg which to take over, and kind of also, Russia is the largest country in the world, but nevertheless, they are sounding like a demand for Lebensraum, which means having territories that should be controlled by them. It is a tragedy. It is a tragedy because what is here coming back is the brutality and mass killing of World War II. And it is the most aggressive attack on the values that were admitted, were agreed upon by all the countries after the Second World War, namely the United Nations Human Rights Treaty that called for the end of mass murder and brutality and killing as we see it today in Ukraine. So the war in Ukraine proves how freedom and liberty should never be taken for granted, and how sovereign democracies are not immune from unchecked military aggression. Therefore, these events are a sad reminder that there are occasions when free men and democratic societies must stand up to aggression with force. The only thing that can deter brutality and ruthless aggressors is force. And force can be taken by sanctions or can be taken by military force. But it has always, we have always to be ready to defend the freedom of ourselves and the freedom of other democracies. The grim conclusion is that for the foreseeable future, we will see nations investing more and more in military defense in the expense of other important fields. We will see more money spent on missiles, jets, and ammunition, and less on researching sustainability and climate change, education, and welfare. Furthermore, Western society must wake up from long-held beliefs of postmodernism and progressive liberalism, or the beautiful but unfortunately unrealistic belief in pacifism. Countries have to understand military power, militarism is no solution. But giving up ability to defend yourself it would be a huge mistake. And the war in Ukraine is a stark reminder that democracies can only exist if defended. And even nations that learn the bitter lessons of militarism need to find some middle grounds. We in Israel have been living this way for quite some time. We don't need, we are not asking for formal alliances. We stand on our own. But what we need, and what all of us need, all the democracies need, is togetherness and sharing of our best wishes for the future of civilization. Those of us who share the same commitment to the United Nations Bill of Rights, which is a modern Magna Carta that emerged from the Second World War, should work together. And we all must have this reminder, this scary reminder in mind. I don't believe that Russian power can be restored. And this exercise of threatening civilization with nuclear war will not work. But the very fact that we are speaking the ugly language of the past should wake us all up. This conference is a way of awakening. This conference is the answer to the brute power of militarism. It is the power of cooperation, the power of countries working side by side in order to deal with the great challenges of the civilization, alongside with understanding that we have also to put resources into defense. By working together, we put the power of progress and believe in humanism against the power of those and democracies in those who believe that using mass murder, killing civilians, will deter us from the hope for a better world. In this spirit, it is my honor and pleasure to welcome you all. It so happens that you came in time, putting an alternative to what we see in Europe. An alternative of reaching out, of joining forces of research, of believing in human contact. And what is happening here is something which we couldn't think about years ago. The Emirates, Muslim countries, Japan, that was far from us, unfortunately, and Israel. We are not empires. But all of us have an important role in the future. If you look at the map, it's a new wing that is opening up. Maybe an alternative wing of other empire that is trying to take over without using force, but having other tactics or strategy. In this spirit, it gives me a great pleasure to welcome you all and to think of our alternative for a better world of collaboration, of reaching out to places that we didn't reach out before, and dealing with the other side of challenges of civilization, fighting together against diseases, of finding solutions to food security, water, energy, and all in the spirit of countries that believe in free enterprise, in freedom, and justice for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Reichman, for these interesting and inspiring words. The chairman of the Abba Eban Institute for International Diplomacy, Ambassador Ron Prosor, unfortunately could not have been with us tonight, but he delivered this recorded message for everybody. Please.
Dear friends, it is my pleasure to welcome you to this conference on the future of Israel-Japan-Gulf relations and new opportunities in a changing Middle East. I especially want to welcome our guest speakers who made the long journey to Israel to attend the conference, and our partners at the Embassy of Japan in Israel, University of Tokyo, the Rasat Institute from Bahrain, and the Anwar Garagash Diplomatic Academy in Abu Dhabi. As we mark 70 years to diplomatic relations between Israel and Japan, I think both of our people can be very proud of what we have achieved after the tragedies of the Second World War. These relations started when both Israel and Japan were creating new paths for themselves. Japan had to rebuild itself. The Jewish people established their own state from scratch. And now both countries have reached amazing achievements and have become forces to reckon with, both economically and technologically. After 70 years, it is time to deepen and enhance our relationship. The Abraham Accords have made it clear that the obstacles that hindered us in the past are now opportunities that can unite us in the future. We each have different cultures. Israelis are extrovert, while Japanese are more introvert. Israelis are risk takers, while Japanese prefer to avert unnecessary risks. Israelis create their path on the go, while Japanese are disciplined and run perfectly organized operations. Yet, we have a huge appreciation for the Japanese culture, dedication, and commitment. It's the differences between us that make the potential in our partnership so high. We complement each other. In the past, Israel had a limited view of Asia and focused only on one or two countries there. But we must expand our partnership and make Japan a cornerstone for us in the continent. The Abraham Accords with the United Arab Emirates and Bahrain can and should play a major part in our expanding relations. They've opened up endless possibilities for cooperation in the region and beyond that can answer our joint challenges and maximize our joint interests. Japan already plays a significant role in our region, contributing to joint projects that focus on the UN Sustainable Development Goals such as food security, water, and climate. Being the second largest donor to the UN Development Fund and third largest contributor to the UN as a whole, it is a major part of the past, present, and future in the Middle East. So from Jerusalem and Tokyo, two ancient capitals of two ancient people that look into the future and try to make it better, I wish everyone a successful and fruitful conference. Thank you and enjoy the day.
As already said, this year marks the 70th anniversary of diplomatic relations between Japan and Israel. As a leader in global economy and as an important US ally, Japan has been playing a more active role in Asian Pacific theater and in the Middle East. And nowadays, it takes an active part in the new sanctions regime against Russia. Therefore, hearing today from the Japan's ambassador to Israel is only more relevant. The ambassador is a seasoned diplomat representing his country with distinction and valuable friend of the Institute and Reichman University. Please welcome His Excellency Ambassador Mitsushima.
Hi, Shalom. Professor Uriel Reichman, founding president of Reichman University. His Excellency, my friend, Ambassador Khaled Yusuf Al-Jalam, Ambassador of the Kingdom Bahrain to Israel. Distinguished guests, friends, ladies and gentlemen. Ohayo gozaimasu. Boker tov. Sabah al-Kai is okay. It is a great honor and pleasure for me to say a few words on the occasion of opening the conference on the future of Israel-Japan Gulf relations. I also would like to welcome all of our esteemed participants here today. Before I talk about this invaluable event, please allow me to touch upon a little bit about the situation in Ukraine. I just would like to echo everything that Professor Reichman said. Russia's military action in Ukraine clearly infringe upon Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, constitute a serious violation of international law prohibiting use of force, and are a grave breach of the United Nations Charter. Any unilateral change of the status quo by force is totally unacceptable. This is an extremely serious situation that shakes the foundation of international order, not only in Europe, but also in Asia. Japan condemns such actions in the strongest terms. Japan strongly urges Russia to cease the attack and withdraw its forces back to Russian territory immediately. In addition, as Japan is the only country that has suffered from atomic bombings in human history, Japan upholds that neither the threat nor the use of nuclear weapons should be tolerated. I would like to express our heartfelt solidarity with the Ukrainian people and our sympathy with the victims of this war and their families. Returning to the subject of today's event, first of all, I wish to extend my sincere appreciation to those who have contributed their tremendous efforts to actualize this event, especially to the renowned institutions partnered here today, the Abba Eban Institute, the Reichman University, and the University of Tokyo. It is indeed enormously significant and timely to have such a strategic dialogue today. Allow me to present why it is so. First, the conference is held at this inauspicious time when the world is now facing an unprecedented challenge in the post-Cold War era, as I touched upon a little bit earlier. Both Japan and Israel are like-minded partners which share common values such as the democracy, rule of law, and human rights. This has never been more important than in the currently destabilized world. It is time for us to unite and reconfirm that we are committed to protecting the common values as we cherish, so that such values could be ensured with the solidarity of the international community. Second, in the context of bilateral relations, Japan and Israel are enjoying more active business activities these days in a dynamic economic relationship, with the volume of Japanese investment in Israel reaching nearly $3 billion in 2021, increasing from $1 billion from the previous year. The defense cooperation is also expanding as another pillar of our bilateral relations. This weekend, we will additionally welcome a second defense attaché to our embassy here, while the Embassy of Israel in Japan also has a first defense attaché since last year. Thus, we will be sharing more and more strategic interests with each other. We envision that Japan-Israel relationships can be expanded even further in light of the new reality of this region. This constitutes the third reason. After the historic agreement on the Abraham Accords in 2020, Israel has been strengthening very energetically the relations with the UAE, Bahrain, and other Arab countries. We have witnessed a number of agreements and vigorous bilateral visits, even at the highest levels such as President and Prime Minister, as well as people-to-people exchanges. These normalizations have also had a profound impact on Japan, changing our conventional views and images of Israel and the Middle East, not only in terms of geopolitics, but also in businesses. The reconciliation between Israel and Gulf countries could create great opportunities not only for themselves, but also for Japan, given its long-standing good relations with Gulf countries. This year marks the 70th anniversary of the establishment of the diplomatic relations between Japan and Israel. This provides us with a fourth motivation. I am extremely appreciative to see here today the most distinguished and eminent guests, intellectuals, and thinkers from Japan, Israel, and Gulf countries in the midst of the dynamic development in international relations. In fact, these professors coming from Japan are the first academia who visited Israel from Japan after the COVID-19 pandemic prevailed. I am sure that today's event will be the beginning of further active exchanges among academia as well as businesses in the countries concerned. This event categorically gives us a worthy start to another 70 years of a richer and deeper relationship between our two countries. Today, I look forward very much to the lively exchanges of the most creative and ambitious views and insights on the future of our relations in this changing world. In closing, I would like to express my wish that today's conference would be a successful one and could fruitfully lead to a permanent platform for the strategic intellectual dialogue between Japan and Israel in the future to come, adding a hopeful light of our own unto the world. ありがとうございました。תודה רבה. And Hag Prim Sameach.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ambassador. Before we delve into the busy program that we have for you today, I'd like to invite Professor Satoshi Kiuchi of the Tokyo University and Dr. Gdalia Aufman. Please take your seats on the stage. They both Dr. Aufman leads the policy program at the Abba Eban Institute, and Professor Kiuchi, he's a collaborator. In many respects, they meet too much. This is their brainchild. And I'm happy to invite them to introduce to all of us the concept for this cooperation, very briefly, what this is all about, and that will lead the way for today's program. Please, Gdalia.
Thank you, Gul. Welcome, everybody. Satoshi, this is really happening. This event started with a conversation that Professor Satoshi Kiuchi and I had about a year ago. And since then, this turned into a series of discussions, joint articles, joint papers, and now this is the first actual material step to make this a reality. We have a fantastic program for you today, and we're very much looking forward to it. But we thought we'd take a few minutes to just describe to you some of the thoughts, some of the thinking that we had behind this event, talk about some of the strategic ideas that we think are very important when looking forward, and also about the future of this platform. So I'm extremely delighted, very happy to have you here with us, Satoshi. Professor Kiuchi is very well known in Tokyo, one of the leading public intellectuals, leading Middle East experts, and I think leading friends of Israel. We managed to overcome many challenges to have you here with us today. Just to tell you, just to show you Professor Ikiuchi's determination. At some stage he told me, I'll be there even if it means I'll have to swim to Israel. So welcome, Satoshi, and please.
Thank you very much, Gedalia, for your kind, warm introduction, warm welcome. I'm really happy to be here, overcoming many obstacles. And to introduce myself briefly, I'm Satoshi Ikeuchi, professor of religion and global security at the University of Tokyo. I'm presiding over, and I'm a founding chair of a small think tank within the University of Tokyo. It's called ROADS. It's RCAST. RCAST is my department's name, and RCAST Open Laboratory for Emergence Strategies. It's a really emerging think tank, but one of my colleagues is now busy in working on Russian. So I'm now a little bit free. Now Middle East is very calm place. It's if compared with other area in across the Black Sea, everything is relative comparable. So if we compare, we have some peace of mind now to talk about the future. Of course, I've been working on Arab politics, and particularly radical Islamic ideology. That was a theme of the past 2 decades. Of course, it's still important. But I've been, so what's the matter with you in Israel? That's the first question. You Arabist, what's for in this part of the region? Of course, it matters. The regional order is quickly, transforming itself, and Japan's interest cannot be, fulfilled without proactively engaging ourselves in this huge and quick, transformation. So Japan has been very, very, good at very cordial relationship, bilateral relationship with each country in the Middle East, in the Arab, in the Gulf, and Israel. But we have to upgrade our diplomacy and security policy to more, from bilateral to multilateral and minilateral and trilateral. So this is the occasion, is a rare occasion of, we, of course, we keep our firm ties in bilateral, but we involve new partners to our relationship. Now we are making it trilateral one. So in this way, I myself, my venture is to make Japan more embedded in this fluid situation in the Middle East, and to be part of the solution in this region.
Absolutely, and from the Israeli perspective, I think there's a need to understand that the world is changing. Asia is the economic center, economic hub of the world already, and also it's becoming the strategic hub of the world. I think that understanding is developing in Israel, but we need more work. And we need to understand that relationships that were pretty ad hoc, pretty case-by-case basis need to be much more strategic. I think the situation, the events in Ukraine, make that even clearer now. And I think we really need to think about our relationship with Asia, our relationship with Japan specifically, in strategic terms. When talking about the Middle East, I think the Abraham Accords provide a real opportunity. Of course, we have our new, very exciting relationships with Bahrain, with the UAE, and other countries, but I think it's also a real opening to expanding, to opening our relationship into Asia. For all countries involved, I think Japan in particular has the potential not only to cooperate with us on these, in these relationships, but actually to expand the Abraham Accords. I think Japan can take an active role in bringing new members into this construct. And in that sense, as you said, I think it's time for Israel, it's time for Japan, it's time for Bahrain and our partners in the UAE to take an active approach to using the platform that we have now and expanding it. More cooperation, more coordination, and more solutions to the problems that are facing us all.
Japan and Israel, everyone knows, has a very contrasted kind of society. But because of that, we have a much opportunity to cooperate in a complementary way. So, for example, Japan has been long relationship based on energy needs to the Gulf countries. And of course, Japan has also been keeping ties with Israel. And but Israel has also very strong ties to the Western world. But at the same time, now Israel is finally looking at Asia. So from my point of view, it's a historical moment. Israel has now becoming part of the shift in global order. That shift is inevitably goes toward the east, and in a way, I want to welcome you to our part of the world.
Thank you very much. We're happy. I think it's definitely time for Israel to look east and to integrate in Asia much more. And I think Japan is an important player in making that happen, both in terms of increasing our understanding of what's happening in Asia and in helping us integrate into Asian architecture. But I think we have another role. I think, as you mentioned, the world, the international order is changing in front of our eyes. We have to be active in making sure that our position together and with our friends in the Gulf is where we want to be. And through being active, we can change the Middle East. We can be part of dynamics in Asia. We can respond to challenges in ways that we haven't had the ability to do so before. Now, our platform that we're launching today here with you is about doing all that. The first step, which we've been doing over the last year or so, was to identify the potential. What are the issues? What is the world? Where is the world moving towards? Which direction? What does it mean for our countries? What can we do about that? Professor Kiuchi and I have been publishing quite extensively, sharing our views in Japan and here in Israel about the potential. But today we're here to launch the pragmatic, the practical, the on-the-ground stage. And we've gathered here with us leading business people, diplomats, academics that are interested in these issues. We're very happy to see all of you here with us, and we have many more online. People that are interested in this relationship, people that have good ideas on how to make these strategic ideas into a reality on the ground. And this is the first event. This is launching what will be an ongoing series of events, an ongoing platform. We'll continue here in Israel. We'll do events in Tokyo. We'll be doing events with our partners in the Gulf as well. Thank you very much. And we're looking forward to a great discussion today.
Thank you both, Dalia and Satoshi. Thank you. Now it is time to begin our first panel, Israel-Japan Business Cooperation Challenges and Opportunities. Over the past few years, we have seen a rapid growth in Japanese investments in Israeli technology. In 2021 saw a jump of almost 300% in Japanese investment in Israel, coming close to $3 billion. Now we should ask, is this growth sustainable? And bear in mind events in Eastern Europe and their regional implications, what the future holds. I would like to invite our panel moderator, Advocate Guy Lachman, who's senior partner at Pearl Cohen Law Firm, and he's the chair of Pearl Cohen Japan Practice Group. Please come to the stage. His practice focuses on high-tech, venture capital, mergers and acquisitions, corporate and commercial law. I'll ask Advocate Lachman to present his fellow speakers and lead the discussions. Please, the panelists.
Thank you so much, Gur. It's a big honor to be here. We will try, please come join me, panelists. We will try to make it interesting and exciting and to leave you with some insights, practical insights on the future. As Gur mentioned, thank you, I am a senior partner in a law firm called Pearl Cohen. It is one of the largest Israeli law firms. It's the largest intellectual property law firm. My focus is on representing technology companies, startups, venture capital funds, investors, and so on. I am very honored to be leading Pearl Cohen's Japan practice group. Have the opportunity to represent some of Japan's largest corporations on their activities here. And also, I'm a missionary of the opportunity for Israeli startups in Japan and trying to promote that as much as I can. I think there were many events that were held in recent years. There was also a very successful event recently that was led by JETRO. I think we had a discussion before this panel, and I think we would like here to focus, and this is also the identity of the speakers here, we would like to focus less on the why, but more on the how, okay? I think the key word would be opportunities, but not to educate you as to what are they and, explore the market, but rather how do we increase them? Why what are the hurdles? How can we do things better? And why, for instance, in certain areas, there are delays, setbacks, and so on. And for that, we've gathered probably the top businessmen and companies that are active in the interception of business between Japan and Israel. The companies that are proudly here with me on the panel some of them have been the first to set foot in this country. They've been very, in front of the camp, so to speak, in that decision. We will also try and understand what led some of them to do that. They represent some of Japan's biggest corporations and can show you, some of them are very veteran in this market, and we will try and understand as much as we can from the vast knowledge that is here around the panel. So maybe we start by each one of you introducing himself for like 2 minutes, the background, what do you guys do, and connection to Japan, of course. So can't be better to start with Elchanan Harel, working. Thank you.
Good morning. Elchanan Harel from Harel Hertz Investment House. I've been active in the Israel-Japan business corridor, as we used to call it, for almost 4 decades. The first time I visited Japan was in '81 as the bubble started, and Japan was a completely different country than it is today. Israel was also a very different country that it is today. I served as the Israel-Japan Chamber of Commerce and Friendship Society during the Gulf War, which was very, very important milestone in the relation between our two countries. In '94, we established Harel Hertz Investment House, which is a consulting and investment boutique. We were for some time an oasis in the desert, but luckily in the last several years we've been seeing the blossom of the relations, and we enjoy very much what we are doing. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tzvi Lev. I was recruited by the CTO of NEC Global, Dr. Motu Nishihara, 5.5 years ago to open probably the first center of a large Japanese multinational in Israel. And when he asked me at that time what I think this center should try and do, I told him I don't think they need another research lab like we have in Princeton and in Heidelberg and in other places over the planet. I told him we have a very strong ecosystem in Israel of startups and established companies, and you need a bridge. NEC has existed for 122 years. I always say it was a founder that split from a startup, because actually the founder of NEC left a startup in the US. You may have heard of it. The founder of that startup was Thomas Alva Edison. So, you know, things change over the years. And over the last 5.5 years, that's what we've been doing. We focus, since it was 2016 when we started, and the buzz of deep learning and AI was 4 years old at the time, so it was already well known but very early stage. We focus on that, on AI applications, in cyber, in healthcare, in computer vision. My personal background is different. I was a 20-year-old cadet when the Berlin Wall fell. And we thought, why are we going to serve in the army? There's no need anymore. But then I spent 5 years in the Israeli space program. I was mission manager for the launch of OFEC 3 and chief scientist. Very exciting times. And since then, I've had many posts in high tech, but I want to stress our center in Israel of NEC does not work on defense technology as of such. All the people come from the Space Force, but we do not work on defense technology as such. Thank you.
Tzvi was humble not to say that NEC is probably the biggest R&D center of a Japanese corporation in this country. It's an example for many other corporations for successful R&D activities locally. Over to you, dear Noah.
Thank you, Guy. So hi, I'm Noah Asher. I'm the manager of NTT Innovation Laboratory in Israel since July 1st, 2021. The NTT Israel was funded in order to be the focal point for the NTT group in Israel. I don't know if you know, but NTT is a very big conglomerate, a little bit older than NEC. It's 150 years, of almost 1,000 subsidiaries working in more than 80 markets and countries around the world. NTT is actually Nippon Telephone and Telegraph. It was traditionally the telecom company of Japan. But today, it's one of the 5th largest IT global service providers in the world, around 40 in Fortune 100. And our duty here is to bring value to the NTT group from the Israeli innovation ecosystem. We focus mainly on cybersecurity, digital healthcare, and AI. And we are working in 4 main pillars, promoting commercial collaboration with the NTT business units, promoting academic collaboration with the academic institutes in Israel, promoting investments into Israel. We do not invest directly, but we work with the investment arms of NTT, and providing additional services, mostly lab services that we're building today. Before that, I was actually the economic minister of the Israeli embassy in Japan. I'm very happy to see Ambassador Ben-Ari here. Together we worked during and promoting what I call the economic revolution of Israel-Japan relationship, where the rock was removed from the stream. This is actually something that I say after Okada-san. I think Okada-san is your friend, Professor Ikiuchi. And we saw more and more collaboration between Japanese companies and Israeli startups and companies. We'll talk about it more today, but thank you for having me here.
Thank you, Noah. Tsutsumi-san, please.
Yep. So my name is Tsutsumi. I'm General Manager of Mitsui, Tel Aviv, and I just want to emphasize that Mitsui is also one of the oldest company But Mitsui Tel Aviv was established in 1997, and at the time, we started with investing in startup companies. And now our business is very much diversified, not only trading but also investment as well. And actually, I'm not sure how many guys of Japanese voluntarily came here, but obviously I'm one of them. And this is second time stationed in Israel. So first time is 2001 to 2003 as a part of Mitsui at the time. And business is creating a relationship with people. So actually at the time I had many Israeli friends at the time, and I liked the Israeli people. That's why I volunteered come over here, and one day I just want to work in Israel again, and I asked HR department, and that's why I'm here.
Welcome. Very happy to have you in Israel and also in this panel. Kimura-san, please.
Yes. My name is Kazuhide Kimura. I am from KPMG Israel, or also well known as KPMG Sonic Hiking. So basically, KPMG is a global network of audit and tax, and we provide also advisory services to our business clients. And I originally from KPMG Japan, which obviously mainly serves to Japanese clients, but at the same time, we were seeing so many Japanese companies arriving to Israel, and the KPMG Israel side thought that it would be a better decision to bring actually a Japanese person to Israel to support Japanese companies, because we still see, everyone understands that there is this cultural difference, business cultural difference between Israel and Japan, that sometimes it doesn't go smoothly as we thought initially. But yeah, I was, I think, also similar to Tsutsumi-san. When I first heard about this request from Israel, I was thrilled. And coming from a background that I did my master's in international relations, and from a political science background, I understand the dynamics of the Middle Eastern, and I really appreciate being here, so thank you.
Right, thank you. So we will try and take you in the coming few minutes, you know, from where us businessmen, left. Where COVID hit us in January 2020, that situation, trying to understand, you know, consulting with these panelists on how we emerge out of COVID in terms of the relationship between the two countries. What are we expected to see different in 2022, unlike 2020, and how do we shape things differently? So I think I'll start with you, Elchanan, if I may. I think all of us that are very actively involved with the Japanese and Israeli business have identified, so to speak, in the end of 2019, what people have called innovation tourism movement, which is basically, we experienced planes full of Japanese businessmen. Some of them are extremely top-ranking individuals that flooded the streets of Tel Aviv. But the big question that came afterwards was, why can't we see a correlation between the seniority and the amount of businessmen that were here looking for opportunities and the actual deals that were closed? And this is a big question. I'll ask a few panelists. I'll start with you, Elchanan. how do we do the conversion better in that sense?
That's a very, very difficult question. And we have to understand the culture of the Japanese corporate in order to really understand the difference between American decision-making and Japanese decision-making. The fact that presidents of companies visited Israel as part of the Kaden Ren mission or by their own initiative does not necessarily impose a decision on the other ranking in the company. If there is no harmony among the numerous divisions that are concerned in the decision whether to enter Israel, whether to invest in Israel, whether to cooperate between Japanese and Israeli companies, this has to be decided by the people on the ground, and they have to accept the feasibility of such a move. The president visiting Tel Aviv, enjoying the friendly attitude and the joyful evenings or restaurants does not can or even doesn't want to impose his personal impression on the people in R&D or the people in marketing or the people in logistics or the people in the technical or people on the floor. I can say that the biggest rivalry that Israeli startups have, for instance, in Japan, is the R&D people of Japan. It's not the marketing people and not the international division, because R&D people in Japan have an enormous power and very generous budgets. But if and they behave like a big dragonaut in the ocean. But suddenly comes a Zodiac of an Israeli startup, and within minimum time finds a solution that the R&D people are looking for several years. Poof goes the budget, poof goes the prestige, poof goes the harmony, and the R&D people are sometimes very much indifferent or antagonist to outside initiatives, what we used to notoriously call NIH, not invented here. And if we judge the business visit that we have with the great achievement of the two economic societies, Japan and Israel, I wouldn't necessarily say it's in parallel.
Great. Zvi, if you want to comment on that.
Yes, I totally agree to Elhanan's observations. But we should look at the numbers and make a more distinct definition. In terms of financial investments from Japan, I think the innovation tourism has had great fruits, and we just saw the numbers and it's continuing. We shouldn't expect Japan to exceed investments of the US, right? I mean, we're doing well there. In terms of actual business synergy, there's all the problems that Elhanan mentioned, but they can be overcome. We have to realize two things. First, when Japanese make business decisions, and not just R&D decisions, they are focused more on practical value in the field or in the market than on stock market impression. Some Western companies do major acquisitions of technologies years before these technologies actually manifest any revenue, because they look, and the market expects them to look into the future. That's very typical of US companies, for example. Japanese companies operate differently, so you have to do more legwork, more boots on the ground to get things working. The other thing which addresses what Elhanan was, the R&D people of Japan are extremely educated and usually spent many years in university. They value very much smarts, sophistication, and they're as good as the Israelis in that, maybe even better. But Israelis get things done, okay? That's our secret sauce. Especially in large software projects and large integration projects, we do things maybe not perfectly, but much faster. So if we can position ourselves as that part of the equation, it's usually a little easier to work with them. We're not coming and saying, we know things you do not know. We found a solution to something you could not. We just say, here it is ready. Or it's not ready, but it's there. Help us together make it ready. And sometimes that works, but it takes time.
Thank you very much. I'll address this question to Kimura-san from KPMG. You have a macro economy kind of approach, being one of the big four accounting firms. You also see what your clients from Japan are seeking here. Same question, how do we increase the conversion? How do we make those businessmen knowing that there is a potential in seeking to find it? How do we help them achieve it? How do we close deals?
So first of all, I think we are doing a very good job since after COVID, even though there was still a little bit of lag. Japan, I think the key here is to really understand the both sides' differences in business structures and the decision making and the team building and how business is behaved. And really, there's really very much trouble when it comes to actual negotiations. When we want to make agreements, it takes time. Japanese structures have a more of a hierarchical business structures where processes, decision makings go layer by layer. We need approvals, but the Israeli side are more quicker. They have the authorities are given to the person who is at the negotiation table. But when it comes to business trips and negotiations with Japan and Israel, oftentimes the Japan side, the business person does not have enough authority, and he himself cannot decide whether to move forward or not. And he will need to go back to his country and report to his boss, report his team, and it's going to take many steps to reach to the highest level to make a final decision. So that's one of the causes. And how to really change these things is a very deeply rooted and complicated, difficult situation, because it really matters to this structural I think, issue with the Japanese large corporations, and they have not been able to actually really cope with the changing and the globalization, the digitalization of new business trends. But if the Japanese really want to do more business with the best startups, with the best technologies, they do need to change how they make their decisions, how they send people, strategically think about their game plan, and take full responsibility of these kind of decisions.
Thank you very much. Tsutsumi, you want to comment on that as well? Please.
Yeah. Pre-pandemic, we have 100 delegations from headquarters at the time. And every time, when I introduce what is Israel, and we have a presentation material, and on the first page, I always paste a photo of Tel Aviv beach. And on the second page, Jerusalem and Dead Sea. And so, as I said, Mitsui is diversified, but travel agency is one of the functions here. But after the pandemic, it's not easy to come over here. So they are very much well prepared than before. And also they have a specific agenda to conclude the deal. I think that is a difference.
Yeah, so you just touched on my next question. I'll continue with you, and then Noah, please. So we are now in 2022, and we were very, very happy that the Japanese government is starting to lift the entry restrictions into Japan. It is still complicated and it's limited, but I'm sure each one of these panelists would be the first to grab the next available plane ticket there is, and we will take flights from the Emirates, of course, that are shortening the travel time. So Tsutsumi-san, I'll ask you again. What can you describe the situation right now, coming out of COVID? Have things changed since before COVID in the business approach, in the motivation of Japanese businessmen, in the business climate also, from your point of view?
Yeah, motivation keeps the same, but I think the area of the business will be a little bit changed. And post-pandemic, I think we have much more have a ethical way of thinking, and we have to care each other. We need much more peace, kind of thing. And also, at the time of the pandemic, we feel a sense of no border. So COVID proved that there is no border, and at the same time, I think it's important to collaborate with each other. And we have to redistribute the wealth for the suffered people. And that's kind of a ethical thing, and the sense of no border is coming out. Well, that's why one of the areas for Mitsui after the pandemic is green tech, or energy tech, or well-being tech kind of thing. So these areas will be new, and I think there is also many room for us to collaborate between Japan and Israel.
Wonderful, thank you. Now over to you. You are bringing one of the most enthusiastic teams here with NTT, and launched operations last year when we were deep inside COVID. And now we are slightly out of it. Where are we right now? Where are we to go from here onwards, from your position?
So actually, I used to say that we are only at the tip of the iceberg, because I think this new momentum that we have between Israel and Japan is very thrilling and exciting, but still there is so much more potential to cover in many different fields. I think in the Harel Ertz report, we see how the investments into Israel are so diversified now. So not just IT, we have cybersecurity and life science and robotics and automotive, but there is still so much to go. Also, when I was in the embassy, I found out, or I met new companies almost every day. Those are companies that are kind of under the radar of the Israeli business people, but companies that have a real synergy that could be created between them and Israeli startups. So much more to do, so many more companies. I think the opening of the West Japan Trade Office by the embassy has also kind of explored new areas in Japan, and still there's so much to do there. I know that my successor, Daniel Kolber, is working eagerly on promoting this field. I think that COVID, as Tsutsumi-san said, has proved to us that there is no border, that the geographical distance is not really a challenge. And I see that also in NTT, that looking for open innovation, they're now not just, traditionally they used to go to the Silicon Valley. And now when they have us, they found out so many more innovations, so many more opportunities to collaborate. I do hope that we are able to reach Japan soon, and I hope that we do it on the direct flight that I hope will be renewed soon. And I think there's just so much potential for COVID also in areas that we didn't touch before, the remote office, remote medicine, the SDGs sectors, a lot of things to still keep on doing.
Great, thank you. Elchanan, I'll ask you briefly 2 questions. I mean, we're shortening our panel a little bit. One, also the connection to our friends in the Gulf. Is the Arab boycott still relevant in the eyes and minds of Japanese businessmen? And secondly, I think there wasn't an Israeli newspaper that didn't quote your research. Congratulations on those figures. How do we ensure that in 2022 we double the amounts of 2021?
I will start with the second question. We don't. It's a very complicated situation. 22 does not resemble 21 by all means. Every analyst would tell that the economic environment and the motivation in 22 is different than it was in 21. The crisis and the war in the Ukraine have very, very serious implication to the APAC area or region. We just have to be very careful what would be the influence on the China-Taiwan conflict, whether it will climax and make China move faster into their domestic issue of Taiwan. Russia is a neighbor of Japan. Russia is also, in a way, a neighbor of Israel. So the economic implications are very, very serious. And last but not less, the yen is depreciating very severely. And analysts say that it's not a safe haven anymore and may drop down to 125, 130. So for Japanese to put $1 million in an Israeli startup is 130 million yen. It's not 100 million yen anymore, and it may have some influence. Regarding the Gulf, I think that there was really enthusiasm in Japan to see the breaking of this barrier between Israel and its neighbor. Everybody knew that the peace with Egypt and with Jordan is a cold peace. So the signing of the agreement between the Emirate, Bahrain, and Morocco later, and Israel is really something that Japanese businessmen that I talked to saw very positively. Whether there is Arab boycott, no, there is no Arab boycott, but there are still people, maybe my age in Japan, that are still influenced by the roots they were educated in. And they would tell you, well, we have market preference. Well, you know, Israel is a tiny market. Well, you know, we are dependent on energy. And if we scale up the fact that energy today is once again back to $130 a barrel, then it might have some influence.
Okay, thank you. Tzvi, when we chatted earlier, you mentioned the world is flat in 2022.
Yes, it was only 17 years ago when Thomas L. Friedman wrote his famous book, The World is Flat, and 32 years since Fukuyama wrote The End of History. Well, the world is not flat, right? The last 2 years have shown us, not just the recent event, but also COVID. You have lockdowns, you have walls, not the physical walls, but walls because of priorities of production for internal purposes or others. You have research centers or R&D centers that can no longer work because they have to work remotely and they're not set up for it, or because there is war. The world has hills and has walls. And that affects, I think, I don't think we're going to see a repeat of 2021. Some of the hype has gone down, but governments and large corporations understand that resiliency, the ability to work under these changing conditions, becomes more important, right? If your company can shift to work remotely, quickly, if your data centers are in the right countries, which still have the fiber optic connections working, people forget about that. It's not just the Suez Canal. If you look at the map, all the fiber optics connecting Asia from Europe have very little options where to go. And fiber optics are not just on the ocean, right? They terminate at the data center. In the 20th century, revolutions were about taking control of the parliament and the TV stations. In the 21st, it might well be the cloud centers. So being resilient, having many options, knowing how to update, the small things, the IT crowd. I am the IT crowd, right? We're not geopolitical experts. But how do you patch your systems if the country where the software vendor exists stops working with your country? Or if they close down your servers? So resiliency is going to get a lot of investments, technological investment in the next 2 years.
Yeah. So we are unfortunately a little bit behind our schedule. So I will ask each one of you in 2 sentences to say his forecast for 2022 and going forward, and if there is a hurdle that each one of you believe that we should overcome or can overcome, or is there something specific that we can, impact in order to increase the flow? So start with you. 2 sentences, Israeli way. Kimura-san.
2 sentences is very difficult.
That's the Japanese classic answer.
Yes. So coming from a tax perspective, I think I should mention is that Japanese, to increase this healthy relation and growing investments, Japanese should understand the Israeli mentality, I think. And for example, when it comes to tax authorities, at one point the tax authority can say one thing. It seems that your position is right, but the end of the day, they can say a different thing, and they might request additional information, and finally they might not approve your original request. And to Japanese corporations, this is a sudden surprise, and it changes their world. Why is the tax authority not agreeing with our position? So this for Israelis, this is everything is negotiable. So I think it's understandable. But for Japanese, this difficulty, it's still difficult to understand this mentality. So a bit of more understanding this cultural gap in the mentality, I think, will be the key.
2022 forecast?
2022 forecast. So difficult one, but I think we'll still see a steady growth not as we see it in 2021, but it's very positive.
Great. Sumi-san, please.
Yes. It's good to make a beta conference, but people meet in person, the engagement level become deeper. So in this sense, this conference is very fantastic, I think. So 2022, I think more visiting from Japan is coming here. So I think, yeah, as Kimura-san said, is that will grow.
Thank you very much. Noah-san.
So I stick to my position that we are still in the tip of the iceberg and there's so much potential. I do believe that we will keep this momentum growing. I think that the Abraham Accords has also changed the mindset of some of the more traditional Japanese companies and have promoted and strengthened the relations between Israel and Japan even more. I think that a direct flight will also bring us even more closer than we are. I think that the government plays an instrumental role here in connecting between the two industries, and I'm sure that if the government will continue, this will also help us come together even more. There was the government resolution of 2015. I hope that this could be redone and will continue to put Japan on the map. Japan has become a very important stakeholder in the Israeli economic ecosystem, and we see that Japan is now presenting 16% of the foreign direct investment. So we do have to look at Japan as a strategic partner, and I'm very positive and optimistic about what's going to happen.
Very, very good. Thank you so much. Tzvi, over to you.
2022 forecast, much larger investments in resiliency, in IT security, cyber security, defense, food security, all of those. Less in TikTok, maybe. And general message is, every farmer knows if your field is not flat, you pick up a shovel and you need to make it flat. I hope our diplomats, our business people, our IT people, we should be the guys with the shovel. Let's try to make the world flat. It should be. It really should be. Thank you.
Thank you. Last but not least.
Very short. First, I hope, like the ambassador, His Excellency mentioned, I think that defense collaboration will bring a new level of business partnership like it did in India and Korea. We succeeded in Japan despite no defense relations, so maybe 22 will see it. Secondly, forgive me all those giant companies, but in Japan there are 8.4 billion SMBs, and we should start looking at those. It's a huge potential. We just concluded 2 investments from Tatsta and Senko. I think there are no names in Israel, but they are very friendly, intelligent companies, and we are very lucky to work with them. And third, we hope that pandemic will come an endemic, and then everything will be fine.
Okay, so on that very optimistic and positive note, we conclude the business panel. Everything was on record, so we will verify the forecast next year. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all. And thank you, Guy. Now we move to the next panel. No, just kidding. We've all earned a good break. So I invite you all to the foyer where you can find coffee and refreshments. We'll come back to this hall in 30 minutes. Thank you. invite you all to take your seats, please. We would like to continue with the program, and I don't want us to get delayed before lunch too much. גדליה, אם אפשר להכניס את האנשים שם עוד... Please take your seats. We're about to resume the program. Kindly, a short reminder, please switch back your phones to silent mode to avoid any unnecessary rings and sounds during the discussions. Gentlemen over there, please at the stairs, can you please take your seats? We would like to begin. Thank you. It's fine. Diplomacy in action. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We will now move to the more geostrategic part of the event today. We're privileged and honored to welcome Professor Kanehara, currently professor at Doshisha University in Japan, but for many years he was a senior and still is advisor to the Prime Minister Shinzo Abe and former Assistant Chief Cabinet Secretary to the Japanese Prime Minister. Professor Kanehara is one of Japan's influential strategic thinkers with a lasting impact on Japan's decision-making and foreign policy. Following his address, we will welcome a few questions from the audience here in the room and perhaps from our viewers watching us online. And he will join us live. He's already joined us live. We can see him on screen. He'll present his views on the rapidly changing world, addressing a world in disarray, Eastern Europe, Asia, and the Middle East. Professor Kanehara, welcome. We're pleased to have you with us. The floor, or the Zoom, is all yours.
Thank you very much for having me. It's a great honor to be here. Let me start to touch upon the Russian aggression of Ukraine. And this is an invasion made by permanent member of the United Nations, a nuclear power. And this is one of the greatest, maybe the greatest challenge to the post-World War order. We earned the liberal international order in which we live today, and that we support, that we share. And 20th century was not a good century for everybody. We had the two great wars. We had Cold War with genocide, colonization, and racial discrimination. And these things were overcome one by one. The war prohibited, the human dignity restored. Now everybody, regardless of skin color, religion, and ethnic groupings, we are all equal. Human dignity is absolutely equal. And we do share some basic emotion that is called love in Christianity. Buddhists call it compassion, and the Confucius called it benevolence, and maybe Muslim people call it brotherhood. But we do share this, and we can make a community, a order together, and this must be based upon the free will of the people, because everybody can see the truth through his own window of conscience. This is the liberal international order. That's the reason why freedom is so important. This is the reason why democracy is so important. And we have to defend this. And we saw that the leadership of the United States, upon which everybody was dependent for decades, and the Americans are now saying that they can no longer be the only one policeman of the world. But when the West is united, we are far stronger than anybody. Putin might have thought that he could rip off Ukraine eastern part or Donbass or Mariupol part, but amazingly, the West was galvanized. This was not the case in the Georgian War. This was not, unfortunately, the case of Crimea annexation by Russia. But this time, the full-scale invasion of Russia into Ukraine galvanized the West. When the whole West is united, they dominate public opinion of the world. They dominate financial system of the world, and they can help Ukrainians who are fighting to death to defend their freedom and beloved ones. So when the West is united, we can still sustain this liberal international order. We have to do it. But we have to be careful that we can no longer be dependent upon the American, single American leadership. We have to help them. And as far as the West is united and realigned, and plus new democracies are coming in one by one to joining the club of the West from the East, then we can still keep engaging these undemocratic nations. Russia is no longer. They will lose. They can win the battlefields, but they will lose the war, and they will lose forever the status of the great power. This is a big mistake by Putin. Now we have to talk about China. But before that, I have to say that when the West is united, the allies and friends of the United States must talk to each other. The NATO was looking at Americans, Israel was looking at Americans, and Japan was looking at Americans bilaterally. This must be ended. The friends and allies of the United States must talk to each other, and we have to understand each other, difficulties, problems, and challenges, because we have to cooperate. Because this is the whole Western responsibility to sustain this liberal international order. And Israel is a very important partner for us. I have to say that when Japan was still so dependent upon the Gulf oil, so GCC nations are very important. But these days or these years, Japan started to understand the regional stability issue here. And we saw that the American influence is a bit withdrawing. Now Russia is in big trouble today, and Turkey is, somehow imperial ambition is somehow here. Iran is there. And the new dynamics is born in the region. And there we see that some rapprochement between, UAE and Israel, and this helps us a lot. This opens us new horizon for the cooperation with Israel, in particular in the domain of the security. And I have to say that cyberspace is one space where there is no distance, where there's no time. We are connected instantly. And there, I have to say that we are backward. Israel is much more ahead. I mean, Japanese companies are coming to Israel to learn the cybersecurity, and many are interested in investing in Israeli technology. And this is a new dimension of Japan-Israeli relationship. And we have to do this. At the same time, I wish that Israel understands the East Asian strategic picture, including India. China is now 3 times bigger than us, 75% of the United States. Even Meiji Germany was 30% of the US. Japan, Imperial Japan was 10%. And China, like Russia, does not share the liberal international order. They want to expand their own sphere of influence inside Asia. And this is a big mistake for them. We are telling them to that, but they don't listen to us for the moment. They'll peak out in maybe 10, 20 years' time. Their population is now shrinking, but still they will continue to grow, say, by 5% per year. And maybe 10 years later, the size of Chinese economy could be as big as the United States. It's amazing, isn't it? And their military forces are far bigger than Japanese one. And their military budget is 5 times bigger than the Japanese one, 30% of the United States. 30% of the US military budget is huge, because half of the world military budget is American. So we have to keep China on track. We cannot let China do the same mistake as Mr. Putin. But as far as the West is united, China can catch up with the United States, maybe catching up with Japan plus United States, but they can never catch up with the whole West, with Europeans and Israel and Australia and India and some big ASEAN nations. As far as the West is united, we can still engage China. And this is something that we have to, we wish to share with our Israeli friends. And then the whole West is in unity, then we can still engage these difficult nations. And we believe that one day they will cherish the same values, but it's not today. I fear that the dictators can make a big mistake. Mr. Putin, after 20 years dictatorship, he is now surrounded only by the yes men, young ones, and he made a big mistake. Mr. Xi Jinping is extending his tenure of office into, say, next 5 years. That makes his tenure of office for 50 years, and he can again re-extend his tenure of power. It's 20 years, it's the same years as Putin. And Mr. Xi Jinping will be in the late 70s. We cannot let him make a mistake. So we have to send them the same message that our system is inclusive. If they want to join us, they're welcome. But if they want to challenge us, we're united and confront that challenge. And we have to do this as a whole West. And there we wish to engage, first of all, Europeans, primarily be open in the Pacific. That means we have to incorporate India in this strategic picture, but it's not enough, of course not. We have to engage the outer nations of Indo-Pacific region. First of all, the Europeans. British is coming in AUKUS framework, and then we have to engage French, their Pacific power, Germany, Brussels, and then Israel. And we have to continue to talk to each other broadly, to understand each other, and to share more our interests. And we have to compare notes to sustain the free system in the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. We now have the opportunity to present a few questions, to raise a few questions from the audience to the professor. If anyone is interested, please raise your hands. And Leah Landman. Leah is our head of the Diplomacy 2030 program at the Abba Eban Institute. Leah, please.
Hello, Professor. Thank you for being here or there. What's the worst case scenario?
I don't know if the professor heard the question. The question was, what is the worst case?
I don't hear.
What is the worst case scenario in your perspective?
I'm sorry, what's the scenario? What?
The question is, what is the worst case scenario in your view?
Oh, the worst case scenario is that the China makes mistake, invades Taiwan, and West is in disarray, and the Russia is a big power in the energy markets, but China is a big power in everywhere, in the military world, in the economy, trade, and maybe we cannot put sanctions together, and China has its own way, and they destroy the American leadership in Asia, and Asia is in disarray. And the implications, Asia is now the center of the growth of the world. It's 60% of world population today, but 60% of the world economy soon. And this is taken by China. And we see again the collapse of the liberal order, and we see the new empire stands up. This is our nightmare. We have to stop it.
And what is the good vision? What is the positive vision?
Positive vision is, as we see today, we cannot, let the invasion or destruction of the liberal order, and everybody shares the responsibility and stand up together. We are doing this, and in particular, I was amazed to see that Russia was partially excluded from the SWIFT system. But the foreign reserve of the Russian central bank was freezed in the United States, in Europe, and Japan. And the nations tend to be neutral in the conflict of others. But sometimes people get together. They say that this cannot be tolerated, and they gather. They gather their force together, and this is happening because they do understand that this is a challenge to our system itself. And then we can be united. Then we can sustain this free world, free trade, and we can incorporate, hopefully, the nations who are opposed to this later, maybe 2-3 decades later.
Yes, please, sir. What will encourage Japan to grow again?
Oh, grow again. Oh, I have to say that
make Japan big again.
Okay. Yeah. I have said that Japan's average age is now 49 years old, 10 years older than the Americans, than the Russians, than the Chinese, and 20 years older than the Indians, and 30 years older than the Africans. So we have to innovate here. And big hope is that we are now backward in the DX race. The digital transformation is not very good here in Japan, and that means we have a huge margin of maneuver. We have the space to go in this DX world, and it's just beginning today. We have a very good infrastructure, optical fiber. This is perfect in Japan. The most developed optical fiber is in Japan, but we are using this for faxing today. Amazing, isn't it? But now DX is very, very fast developing in China, and they have to do the cybersecurity too. And there, Israel is very much ahead. That's the reason why Japanese companies are rushing to Israel today. And this is where we have to expand our economy. The platforms and DX world, this is something that we have to do. We have to say bye-bye to fax. This is where to go. Thank you.
One last question. If you can speak louder, please. The question is, how do you see Israel's role in the changing global environment?
Oh, Israel is an important player in the Middle East, right? We see Israel from several angles. Of course, we have a traditional good friendship between Japan and Israel, right? But we see Israel as an important player for the stability of the Middle East. Middle East is important simply because 99% of oil is coming from Israel. We buy some from Russia, but this could be in jeopardy today. We depend on more and more in the oil of Middle East, and to sustain peace and stability in the Middle East, Israel is an indispensable partner here. And now Turkey, Iran are shaping their own sphere of influence in the region, and in particular, Iran is making trouble. JCPOA is in progress today. Russia is making difficulties somehow, but to make the stability, the biggest military power is Israel. The rapprochement between Arab and Israel is going on, and then maybe we could somehow achieve a stability in the Middle East, and there, Israel is a very important part. And second dimension is, as I said, the technological cooperation, in particular, the cyberspace security and cyber technology, where Israel is much ahead of Japan. And we believe that we can invest here a lot.
Professor, we already ran out of time, but I'll take the right for the last question to present to you. How do you think the Japanese government would now recalculate its foreign and defense policy in view of what's going on now unfolding in Eastern Europe, and in particularly the response or the lack thereof of an American and NATO response. How does it make Japan feel in terms of its alliance with the United States?
Yeah, I have said Americans are defending NATO members. Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, they are just neighbors of Russia. They fear Russian invasion very much. And the Americans are sending troops there to defend NATO members. The weak eastern flank is the defense line of the United States. Ukraine, sorry for them, but they are not inside American defensive zone. But Americans are galvanizing everything. Okay, they fight in the diplomatic scene. They gathered almost all the nations against Russia. 1, 2, they are using the public opinion. They released the amazing amount of military intelligence that they never unleashed before. They do this to put in the image of he is the aggressor, and they were successful. And I have to say they're using every instrument financially. This is very much Anglo-Saxon, but they are squeezing Russia, and they are bringing in huge amount of weapons, the Stinger and the Javelin. They are doing this, and they are helping Ukrainians, but they just hesitate to provoke Russia, to confront Russia with a nuclear weapon. They can do that, and Putin knows this, and he's referring to chemical weapons. He's referring to nuclear weapons. So they're very careful not to provoke Putin. Putin's in a corner. This is his war. This is not Russian war. This is his war. If he withdraws without anything, he must fall, and he knows it. So he has to win. I'm sure that he's going to resort to a brutality here. He'll do that to break the fighting spirit of Ukrainians. But the Ukrainians will never give up. So this will continue. And the Americans are helping Ukrainians and squeezing Russia from outside. Economic sanctions cannot stop the war, but this is effective in the long run. So Putin, he might win battlefield, but with great difficulties later, and he will fall later by the economic sanctions. So Russia will lose the status of a great power. This is their fate. And he signed his death sentence. He did it. But I don't say that the Americans are withdrawing. They are doing their best.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor. I'm sure we could have continue this discussion for a long time, but we still have to continue with our program here. Thank you very much for your contribution and joining us online. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
We will now continue to the next panel. May I call on stage Dr. Higashino, please. Professor Satoshi Kiyuchi and Dr. Janadan. Please. There you are. Dr. Yossi Mann. Mar Tzvi Lev. Tzvi Weiss. Ze'ev Weiss. I missed you and Tzvi. What? Ze'ev, b'kasha. You can change with Satoshi's names. You know your name anyway.
Oh, I prefer it. I always wanted to be a professor. In his business.
Ze'ev Weiss, who's the chairman of the Israeli Chamber of Commerce, Israel-Japan Chamber of Commerce, will give us a very interesting input later on to tie the strategic side of things together with the business element. But I would like to begin first, if I may, with the question I presented to the professor online. And perhaps Dr. Higashino, perhaps you would start if you don't mind. I was wondering, what is your view on the conflict in Eastern Europe now, and directly how will it affect Japan's foreign policy in the Indo-Pacific theater, and the impact on the opportunities in the Middle East for that trilateral cooperation? It's a tough question, I think, but we have an excellent expert. It's on. You can take it on.
Okay. Well, kind of it's unfair. It's such a very tough question. So I just wanted to make a very general,
See if you can put it closer to the microphone closer.
Yes, yes. I just wanted to make a very general observation in the first place and how this affects the Japanese foreign policy. So thank you for having me today. My name is once again Atsuko Higashino from University of Tsukuba, and I'm actually dealing with two fronts in terms of European politics and European international studies. I'm dealing with EU-China relationship and at the same time EU-Eastern partnership. So when it comes to the Eastern partnership, it is exclusively about Ukraine politics. So these days I'm really occupied dealing with the Ukraine crisis. So what's my take about the Ukraine crisis? This is the very unacceptable Russian invasion to the Soviet country. But if I may, I explain the status quo about this discussion within Japan. I thought that it was more biased, more one-sided than I thought initially, because we Japanese kind of tended to understand the situation in ex-Soviet sphere from the viewpoint of Russia exclusively, because of the lack of information and knowledge about Ukraine itself. So largely speaking, Russian kind of scholar trying to interpret what is really going on in Ukraine crisis from the viewpoint of Russian study. So it is very often said that now Ukraine and Russia is brotherhood country, so Ukraine has to obey what really Russia say. This is of course, really unfair argument that's saying that there's no reason that Ukraine has to obey what Russia really wants. And also the very, very common argument in Japan was that Ukraine has to work or function as the buffer zone between Europe and Russia. Again, this is really unfair. This doesn't really regard Ukraine as an important sovereign independent country, but at the same time, this was something that I really had to fight through during the course of crisis. So about the Japanese foreign policy in general, in the first place in Ukraine, the Japanese foreign policy at the time of the Crimean annexation and at the time of this war is really different, I think. And at the time of the Crimean annexation, Japanese foreign policy was really silent. Yes, it did. It did pose a sanction to Russia, but it is very, very small, very late. And, but at the same time, when we have a look at this crisis, Japanese government slowly moved on to posing a very substantial sanction vis-à-vis Russia. Yes, it is 1 or 2 days late, but it moved on to Swift sanction and also the sanction vis-à-vis Central Bank of Russia, and also it followed the other countries that it is getting rid of the most favored nation treatment to Russia. So this is a huge change. So I think this Ukraine crisis is working as a catalyst to change the Japanese foreign policy vis-à-vis Russia, vis-à-vis Ukraine, but vis-à-vis the Europe as a whole. And the implication to the Indo-Pacific, and many people started to say that, look, if we, overlook this, what is really going on in Ukraine, there can be a very, very straight and direct implication to what is going on in Taiwan and China, because China is closely looking at what is really going on. If the international community, including Japan, wouldn't stand really strength for the Russian invasion, probably China would think it had a chance to do something about Taiwan. So the sense that Eurasian security and East Asian security is really seamless. It's starting to develop within Japan. So this is what I really wanted to say in the first place.
That would destabilize and have more global destabilizing factor, presumably.
Yes, exactly.
To complement that angle, perhaps we would now take a view from the Arab Gulf. Dr. Hamad Ibrahim Abdullah, he's the executive director of the Bahrain Center for Strategic and International and Energy Studies, Deir Asat, with whom the Abba Eban Institute partnered just last summer. He sent us this recorded message. We can see it on screen. And we continue the discussion right after.
Greetings, dear colleagues. I begin by offering my gratitude to the Abba Eban Institute for International Diplomacy in the State of Israel for inviting me once again to take part in such an important dialogue, where crucial issues are discussed aimed interlocking regional and international interests. The title of today's forum reflects the reality of transformations in our region, ones with implications well beyond its borders, given how intertwined regional and global securities are overall the clearest of transformations in the last decades. As such, I will focus on three main elements: new regional facts, the significance of Gulf Israel-Japan relations as a model for trans-regional relations, means to enhance these relations in various areas. First of all, we'll discuss new regional facts, and these include three indicators. A, the changing nature of threats. The nature of the threats has changed. Undoubtedly, the threats that have occurred in the Arabian Gulf region and the Middle East in general over the past few decades, both in terms of the nature of these cross-border threats against which traditional borders no longer protect, and in terms of emergence of armed non-state militias, do not recognize the unified national state. It has created a new regional reality that requires new cooperation in its content and its periphery. Geographical proximity can no longer be considered a sole determining factor for regional cooperation, but rather one for all parties facing similar threats and their ability to contribute to reducing their effects of those threats, which require a variety of mechanisms to deal with beyond military confrontation. B, conflict and competition. You might agree that conflict and competition are features of international and regional relations throughout the world, but the Arabian Gulf region and the Middle East may be experiencing their heightened frequency compared to other regions of the world, given its strategic importance of sea corridors and wealth of oil and gas. C, the unprecedented threat to energy security. Evident threats currently facing the Arabian Gulf states target energy security, whether by attacking vital oil installations in other states or targeting tankers and threatening to close major maritime traffic routes. Such threats are aimed at regional as well as global security. The risk is that modern technology in the form of aerial drones are used in such attacks, itself a qualitative shift in the nature and course of regional conflicts. 2, the significance of Gulf Israel-Japan relations as a model for trans-regional relations. Given the extreme overlap between the regional and global security as demonstrated by numerous crises in the Arabian Gulf region and wider Middle East, there is a need for a cross-regional cooperation model between regional states, neighboring states, and international actors with vital regional interests, including Japan. Regionally, signing of the Abraham Accords by the Kingdom of Bahrain and the United Arab Emirates with the State of Israel was a new entry point to establish security and stability throughout the Middle East. Conflicts have drained many of its resources over the past decades. Sovereignty was also threatened by the extremism resulting from closed ideological concepts, including more peaceful actors, is hence a crucial breakthrough into a new era where the values of peace, tolerance, and coexistence prevail. Such progress will bring gains in the economic, cultural, political, and security spheres, which can be integrated to draw the way forward for relations in promoting common interests and planning and executing the response to common threats. In trans-regional cooperation, Bahrain, Israel, and Japan represent a trio of interactions characterized by common interests, including addressing threats to maritime and energy security. In November 2021, the Red Sea witnessed for the first time joint naval exercises between the United States of America, the Kingdom of Bahrain, the United Arab Emirates, and the State of Israel as a multilateral model to counter common threats. Such exercises mainly focused on training to counter cargo ship hijacking scenarios. On the other hand, in February 2020, a Japanese destroyer sailed to the Gulf of Oman to protect Japanese ships sailing there. Quote, thousands of Japanese ships sail in these waters every year, including 9/10 of our oil, the lifeline of Japan, said Shinzo Abe, Japan's prime minister at the time. For its part, the Kingdom of Bahrain plays an important role in countering maritime security by participating in joint exercises with partner, friendly, and allied nations. The frequency of these exercises has increased over the past 3 years. 3. Means to enhance these relations in various areas. The earlier points do not necessarily make the presence of common threats the top motive for cooperation. In fact, today's world, states vary in their economic and technological capabilities, thus pushing their interdependence to continue as one of the foundations of intra- and trans-regional cooperation among them. The Kingdom of Bahrain has become an important financial center in the Arabian Gulf region and the wider Middle East, and is a base for many regional security initiatives. The State of Israel has made strides in advanced farming techniques and revolutionary medicine, both important areas of cooperation given the emerging challenge of food security during and after the COVID-19 pandemic. Japan is at the forefront of global technology, especially in robotics and energy solutions. Renewables in particular are, or as implemented by Japan's conglomerates, with the need for such technology constantly on the rise to meet many challenges, including the determinal effects of climate change. On such a basis, it is possible to establish pathways for tripartite cooperation in various areas using several mechanisms, of which are the following 4. First, discussing the importance of trans-regional cooperation, given the closely interlinked security levels. 2, joining capabilities to counter the surging and frequently reoccurring threats, including in the cyber domain, where no single nation can counter them alone, regardless of its resources. 3, identifying tripartite cooperation priorities, beginning with critical issues and common security concerns. 4, identifying each party's added value by which it effectively contributes to proposed cooperative frameworks between the 3 countries, thereby enhancing both regional and global security. Such proposals can be further developed through intellectual dialogues among representatives of think tanks from all 3 countries. Such researchers bring learned enrichment to decision makers through their important reports and studies in many areas. Ladies and gentlemen, in today's world, conventional boundaries have eroded and security concerns are unprecedentedly shared. This calls for more coordinated forms of cooperation that bring together each party's valued contribution to fortify and sustain joint efforts, the main goal of today's forum. Once again, thank you for this opportunity to address you, and I wish that this forum fulfills its goals. Thank you.
That's very interesting. Thank you to Dr. Hamad. Perhaps I'd now turn to Professor Kiyuchi. If I may, what we're hearing from our colleague from Bahrain, will that, and especially the perhaps surprising public emphasis on security cooperation, an aspect that was for many years, dare I say, concealed. Do you think, in your view, will that make Japanese corporates, companies, more open and warm to the idea of investing in this region and expanding their portfolio?
Yeah, first of all, I'd like to thank Dr. Hamad Abdallah for his very warm and constructive remarks.
Absolutely.
On that message is perfect for me. You know, one of the co-organizers of this conference. He almost 100% endorsed our ideas. This is a very new idea, and we never imagined it in a couple of years ago. From such proposal is done by Gulf dignitaries and intellectuals. Now it's reality. So we are in the next phase. Both Israel and Japan and Gulf countries, they are all U.S. allies, but Middle East region and East Asian region is far away and totally different in the context. So the opening remarks by Ukraine issue shows us, and Professor Kanehara's remarks showed us there's some differences in tone in this country, in Israel, or in the Gulf area, and in our part of the world, in East Asia. Obviously, as Dr. Higashino emphasized, Japan made a clear decision in the face of Russian aggression. Actually, it was unusual for Japan for many reasons. And one reason is, of course, traditionally Japan is very low profile, taking low profile approach in any international issues. And in the past decade, actually, Japan has been some, different approach with the United States in terms of Russia. Of course, in the past decade, Japan and the United States security relations has been strengthened, but there's some space for autonomy. That's Russia. There are northern territory issues, and also there has been some diversifying energy. We are too much. We have been. We will be too much dependent on Gulf oil. So we need some diversification, and naturally Russia was the option. But after Putin's war, everything is over. So in our part of the world, now the United States is coming back to us. So we are more reassured by the United States in the last couple of days. It's a total comparison with you in this region. So there's a very famous saying, enemy might be a friend, of course. But how about friends of enemy? Is it what? Friends of enemy means, or maybe friends of ally. What's that? We are friends of ally. So sometimes friends of allies are not enemy, but of course not enemy. But sometimes they are competitors, competing with each other for the scarce resources of their security. So that's what we have to overcome. Of course, we have living in a totally different world. So we are never the same. But we have the space for cooperation. So that's space.
Thank you very much. I'll turn to Dr. Janadan from Abu Dhabi. We're very happy to have you here with us, coming from the UAE. He's coming to us from the Diplomatic Academy, Anwar Gargash Diplomatic Academy in Abu Dhabi, and a good friend of ours. Welcome again. Do you think that, I have actually two questions to you. One is, what is the view from the UAE and in that context? And also, do you think that India might join in to a new arrangement of the sort?
Yeah, thank you, Gur. And coming from 36 degrees in Abu Dhabi, I'm still shivering. I suppose the warmth of Israel and Japanese is keeping me stable. Thank you for that. Look, I actually want to give you a very contrary opinion to everything that we are hearing since morning, because I really think the world is far more multipolar than we recognize it to be. And I think that's the sort of view we are beginning to realize from the Gulf countries, from India, and nothing better than just going back to the sort of abstaining that India and UAE did at the UNSC vote. So today we must think that the world is much more differentiated, the world is divided, And what better than both India and UAE, which are traditional allies of the United States, actually abstaining from the vote? I mean, so we hear so many words about countries being strategic, right? Today, I can just imagine there is strategic depth that some countries are talking about. There's strategic autonomy that some countries are talking about. There is strategic space that others are talking about. And there's also strategic ambivalence, right? I think we are beginning to see that countries are becoming extremely autonomous in terms of how they view their independence, with different countries at different times for different purposes. And I think it epitomizes the sort of thinking that's going on when the Gulf countries signed up with Israel in terms of the Abraham Accord. And recognizing the multipolar world is very essential, and today the GCC countries are definitely hedging against the sort of order that they had got used to. There is a lot of hedging that's going on by various countries. I don't think it is a US-centric world anymore. Whether you like it or not, the economic center of gravity has shifted towards Asia, and the fact that Japan is today tying up with Israel in terms of trying to develop this trilateral partnership, including the Gulf countries, is a recognition of the fact that new orders need to come in place of the old, and we will only be, we will be digging our own grave, in the sense, if we don't recognize the changes that are taking place and come up with new arrangements. And I think in that sense, I would actually like to take it one step forward in terms of what is already playing out here. It's not just going to be trilateral partnerships in the future. I think bilateral relations have reached saturation point. Multilateralism is not really yielding the results that it should be yielding. We must be looking in terms of not just trilaterals, but plurilaterals. We already have a formation in the United States, India, Australia, and Japan as part of the Quad. But the fact that India, Israel, UAE, and the United States have formed the Partnership for the Future is indication that this is the way forward. More and more countries are going to form these minilaterals. I think minilaterals are much more flexible. They are not institutional. They are economical. They come together for a certain purpose, fulfill their agenda, and move on. And I think economic diplomacy is going to be everything. But let's not forget, today the world is not just interested in looking at silos, economic, diplomacy, and security aspects. They're all beginning to put them together, and each of them is linked to the other, and the way forward is definitely going to be some sort of a collective mechanism, and we need to be prepared for a new world order which is not going to be US-centric. I think the best way to explain that, in my view, would be a multiplex world. Multiple countries in a complex scenario makes it a multiplex world, and we must be prepared for that future.
And to everybody, what do we need to do, or what does one need to do to excel and succeed in this competition? Perhaps Dr. Yossi Mann.
Thank you very much. So I think in order to try to understand what we need to do, we need to analyze what we did in the past. We need to analyze what happened in the past, that we can say that we failed with the peace agreement with Egypt and Jordan. We need to understand why it's a cold peace agreement. Why we are not having direct connections with the people of Egypt? We have like very good connection between governments, I assume between army and army, secret services that are in very good relations. And we need to understand what we can do in order to guarantee that the relations that we are now having with the GCC countries will be different. And that's the major question that I ask myself. How can we change the history and make a different peace agreement? Because I assume that 40 years ago, there were panels, exactly like the one we are doing here, and we have conferences and meetings, and we had very good will to create a new future for this region. And people were talking, like today, about initiatives, programs, about cooperation. So, but we still have the same problem: energy security, food security, extremism, all these problems that still exist, and we didn't manage to solve them. And I thought, what is different now than the past? And I think there are few differences. The most important thing is technology. Think about it. Now we can text, and we don't need mediation between someone from the Israeli embassy to talk to some Egyptian in Egypt to talk to us. We can text, we can share, we can call, we can Zoom. We don't need to fly, even though we have the COVID. We can Zoom with each other, and we communicate. That's a huge difference. Think about 40 years ago, we couldn't have done that. We couldn't text someone, we couldn't phone. So that's a huge difference. Also, I think about the status of these states that we signed with them a peace agreement. United Arab Emirates, the Kingdom of Bahrain, and Morocco. They have a different status in the Arab world, of course, but also internationally. They are well-known countries. They have a huge impact on the cultural arena. They have impact on sport, finance, economy, and therefore they are not isolated. They cannot be boycotted by the region. The criticism is less than the Egyptians suffered or the Jordanians. So that's also a big difference. And also I think that the big difference is because we have to deal now in the last decade with different topics that need to be solved in a regional level. Think about the COVID, of course, the food security that you mentioned, the energy security, extremism, of course, Iran. That cannot be solved in a state level. We need to solve it in a regional level, and therefore we need to talk. Civil servants should talk. The minister should talk. And therefore, there is a change between the way we talk with our new partners. The last thing, we need to remember that this region is very young. Most of the population is under the age of 30. And therefore, the young generation wants to know, wants to meet. He is exposed in the social media to Israel, and we are exposed to them. I don't know how many of you know that there are many people in Israel who wants to know Arabic, they want to learn Islam nowadays because of the new peace agreement. So what I'm saying is that we need to put, I would say, 3 layers in order to improve our relation with the Arab Gulf and the Arab world in general. I think the first layer is to create a common values, common beliefs that actually they were put in the Abraham Accords. I think we should talk about the common things, religion. We can talk about tolerance, like the United Arab Emirates are doing. That's the first layer. The second layer, we need to have more meetings like we are doing now between governments, civil servants, and people that will discuss the major topics that I mentioned. First of all, the COVID. And the last one, I think we should promote not just business to business, not just business between companies, but we need to create regional economic activity. For example, we can think about regional stock exchange for natural gas. Think about what happened to the natural gas prices because of the invasion of Russia to Ukraine, and we can have like a stable market of our own that will reflect the heating in the heating, the weather, and in this region. This is one of the examples that we were thinking, and we have more ideas in the Abba Eban Institute. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yossi. Perhaps we'll now turn to Mr. Zev Weiss, who's the chairman of the Japan-Israel Chamber of Commerce. Just to follow up on Yossi's, Dr. Mann's comments, and also to put the business corporate, it's on, Zev. To put it in the business, yes, in the business questions in the context of the strategic developments. How do you see what's unfolding in Europe and the global implications affecting the business sector?
So, you know, sitting here with the strategy people, I think I was called in to lead you into the maybe real business life of the new development. So my view is, you know, are conceived of being a lawyer, you know, working with Japanese companies and with companies from the Gulf area, and being the chairman of the Israel-Japan Chamber of Commerce, which is the platform where all business people working in Israel are, you know, participating. You know, when the Abraham Accords were signed, we studied the situation, and we saw there are about 340 Japanese companies working in the UAE. And of course, this is an opportunity that one shouldn't miss. So what we did is we practically, our law firm, Weiss Porat, joined forces with Nishimura Asai, which is a very big Japanese law firm, and they have a representation in Dubai. And we went into trying to combine, you know, the Japanese companies there with the Israeli companies and with the UAE. The first was a webinar that we did in 2021 about the energy sector. And we brought in the energy ministry and energy experts from Israel, talking in a webinar that we were supported by JETRO in Dubai, and we gave we exposed the energy market in Israel for the Japanese companies and the UAE companies. And then we went further, and in October we did a real seminar in Dubai. And we called upon Japanese companies in Dubai to come to a seminar in which, again, we started a dialogue on how they can work with Israel and with Israeli companies. And the response was amazing, and everybody wanted to participate. And what I would like to focus on is maybe one sector. You know, the tech sector is really, everybody spoke about it before, and it's really developed between Japan and Israel. But many of the Japanese companies in the UAE are there for infrastructure projects. And this is where we lack Japanese companies. We don't have them here in infrastructure projects, and there are huge infrastructure projects in Israel, which are, if we refer to what was said before, are many of them in the hands of Chinese companies. And we want to replace that, and this is the right timing to do it. So if I can give you an example, for instance, a UAE company invested lately in Tamar natural gas resources, in Israeli natural gas resources in the Mediterranean. Now think about it. If we can bring into this huge investment a Japanese company, and you know, these days when energy is scarce, and we can turn this natural gas to LNG and take it to Japan, here is a triangle that can work beautifully. Another example is, you know, a huge company from a port operator from UAE was competing together in a joint venture with an Israeli company on a major Israeli port in Haifa. Now, it didn't work out at the end, but if you see the potential of bringing in Japanese business community is talking very much about getting into the Indian Sea with maritime and with projects like ports and others. If we could join into this, joint venture, a Japanese company, so we win a triangle which we think is very beneficial, and we bring the Japanese companies to this area for infrastructure projects. So these are only two examples, but of course you can see it in medical and health and so many potential triangles that can be built between UAE, Israel, and Japan. Of course, the Abraham Accords. We heard before about the previous, Arab boycott. I grew up with the Arab boycott, traveling to Japan for many years, and many of the doors were shut at the time for Israeli cooperation because of Arab boycott. It changed dramatically. It did not disappear. As Elchanan said, we still hear from time to time concerns. But the fact that we have this peace with Bahrain and the UAE and Morocco and the others was a game changer. And if I refer to what Noah said, we are just touching the tip of the iceberg. There's a lot to do.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let us try to connect perhaps the two concepts that we heard about the economic aspect and the changing in the structure or structural changes in the international system. What's the meeting point between these two concepts for either defense and security and for business? Professor, perhaps Higashino, if you may.
Yes, that's a very, very important point because as I am an international relation related scholar, I'm exclusively looking at the aspect of international security and defense. But just as you rightly mentioned, the connection between this defense and security, defense and security, and in terms of the restructuring of international order is just very, very important. And what I really would like to say is that the very important point that raised by Mr. Weiss about the energy security, because what we are really looking at is the crisis of energy, and I'm mainly looking at the aspects of the European politics, but for these years, EU was really trying to build the green politics and green, policies, which is really conscious for the reduction of the COE and things like that. But when this thing happens, all the EU's goals and objectives about their very solid green politics has to be restructured very, very seriously. So I think from now on, everybody has to find alternative energies. When we have a look at the getting Russia out of the energy market, and we're not really sure whether we can find effective sort of alternative measures and imports in a very short period of time. So now that brings to the issue of the connection and intersection of the defense, security, and energy politics and the restructuring of the world order. So I think this comes to the point that the Japan, Israel, Gulf's serious sort of restructuring efforts in terms of having energy supply is really, really important, because we didn't really consider that this three triangle would really seriously act for in spite of this Ukraine crisis. But I think this would really give the impetus for these three triangles to discuss what we can do in front of this crisis, in the face of this crisis. And for example, I don't really have a very concrete idea or concrete alternative for the time being, but how can we strengthen this triangle in putting the restructuring the energy, economic, etc. market, taking account of the African hold and Japan-Israeli very concrete relationship and the Japan-Gulf relationship as well. So just I'm throwing the idea out of the very empty, kind of empty place, and we really got to start from the scratch. But I think I just wanted to mention that this is a very important starting point. So the impetus and speed is really needed in order to do this. So thank you.
So it's enough material for another conference, I guess. Okay. Doctor, perhaps you would like to respond to that.
Yeah, I think I'll try and connect your question with your current question with the one that you asked Yossi as well. I think one of the key things that's happening in the Gulf is diversification. We often only refer to economic diversification in the Gulf, but I think there's also been foreign policy diversification and there's been security diversification. So your question is, how do we connect the three? So the GCC countries in general, I think, are following three tracks. One, in terms of the identity, they're Arab, they're Muslim. But in terms of their economic orientation, they've already looked east, long before even the American pivot to Asia, and long before the East was looking at the Gulf countries. So I think they were pioneers in identifying the East as being their markets of the future. And finally, the third track that they're following is, for lack of clear alternatives, they are still West-centric for their security aspects. But that's beginning to change as well. I think there are a lot of dynamics that are at play now in terms of how the Gulf countries are even beginning to expand their cooperation in the security scenario with the Asian countries. Now, how do we take this forward? I think the most important thing is knowledge economy. The Gulf countries, if they have to succeed in their economic diversification, they have to have a much better planning of their knowledge economy system. I think that's where Israel, Japan, and India, and many of the Asian countries which have succeeded through developing a knowledge economy will be very useful for the GCC countries in sharing their models and cooperating. And it has business opportunities as well. All right, that's one. Two, I think everything that's working for Asia at present is going to work for Africa in the future. The model that Asia succeeded in is the model that Africa is going to replicate and succeed in the future. And the model that helped Gulf-Asia relations come together is the model that's going to help Gulf-Africa relations grow. So you want to make use of this opportunity. So these sort of forums, the trilateral arrangements that we are thinking of, minilateral arrangements that we are talking about, has to take Africa into consideration. I think that's very important.
As a field for competition?
I think this is where it is, right? If we all begin to compete at the bilateral level, what is it? I mean, the pie is the same, right? But there are far too many hands reaching out for that pie. So are you going to compete or are you going to cooperate? How do you develop those cooperative mechanisms? I think that's the key. I mean, we don't have to really go about reinventing the wheel. We need to make a few adjustments. And how do we do it? I think we need to be less and less ideological in terms of how we approach our new partnerships. And I emphasize the word partnerships because I think the age of alliances is over, in my view. Alliances was very ideological. It was long-term, and it just getting bogged down in politics to a large extent. We saw the working of the European Union, in a sense. So break it down, bring it down to smaller groupings, become non-ideological, and see how you can take it forward. And I think we have very many examples in terms of the trilateral and the quadrilateral and the plurilateral things working with results. You mentioned a few examples. I can add to it. India, UAE, and Israel have worked together within a short span of time. An Israeli company is producing robotic cleaners, solar robotic cleaners in India for the UAE market. UAE, China, and Pakistan are working together as part of the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor. India and Japan are working in Israel. Unlikely partners, India, UAE, and France are thinking of maritime security. Trilateral naval exercises are being thought of now. Israel, UAE, and Africa. Israel and UAE working together for Africa. These are the sort of changes that we are beginning to see in the new world, and I think we will see more and more diluting of ideological terms, countries becoming more pragmatic, and I think the world is already changing.
Thank you. Professor Kiyuchi, do you think, we haven't said a word about China yet. So that's a major factor too, isn't it?
Yeah, it's suddenly I hit.
No, in the context of our conversation, how would you factor in the Chinese power as a competitor or as a destabilizing force?
China is too big for so to any on the world, it's not competitor. So China is there, and we have been 1,000 years been next to them. So so that's matter of
some perspective.
Okay. So we are in a way very good at cooperating with them. But
in the context of the trilateral cooperation.
Yeah. We hope China will be part of, in the future will be part of such kind of numerous frameworks. But still now, usually Chinese approach is just they impose their worldview, they impose their system, and their self-confidence is higher and higher. So for coming, not days, years, maybe several decades, we have to be faced with very, aggressive China. So we need to, expand our vision. We continue to engage China. Of course, it's a matter of our, basic life. But we will expand our horizon. So that's the former Prime Minister Abe's approach. He envisioned the vast area of Indo-Pacific, and it was called, criticized just empty word. But then we, one by one, we are putting on reality, filling in realities, and now I think we have. In this region, we don't compete with China. China will do their own business anyway. We don't, make trouble with them. But we have our own agenda, and that I think, in my own view, there are two agendas. One is totally domestic for Japanese, and we have a lot of homework to do. That is the integration of energy security and national security. It's a totally bureaucratic affair. In Japan, we are organizational, hierarchical, and the division is very rigid. But actually, security is security, and Japan is too much dependent on Middle Eastern, oil and gas. So energy issue is the real important part of national security. And then we have to catch up with the change in the Middle East to fulfill this agenda. So the most important thing is another integration. This is regional integration in the Middle East, in which we will support, will be part of the solution, part of the ones to shape this regional entity.
Thank you. Yes, of course, please.
Thank you. Can I just add one word in terms of the China's role in terms of this international crisis? Because initially we all know that China is a key in order to understand this Ukraine crisis, because many people had started to say that to what extent China supports Russia in terms of this war is really, really vital for how this war develops. Because initially, China really promised Russia to buy natural oil and wheat in the case of the sanction. So China made it really clear that they are going to support Russia economically. So whether they are allowed to do this is a big question in terms of the protection of the international law and order. And at the same time, but that said, it seems that Chinese government is really divided in terms of whether to what extent China should support Russia, because there has been a bit of regret within the Chinese administration that in the beginning, they made it too clear that they're going to support Russia, but it became all evident that everybody knows that China is trying to support Russia. So China was at loss whether they can continue this path supporting Russia, or whether they could take a more immediate, neutral position. And in terms of the mediation, it is also the key to understand how this war develops, because there has been voices that China has to act as a mediator between Ukraine and Russia. And surprisingly, for me, Ukraine is really asking China to mediate. But at the same time, if we compare the size of the dependency between Russia and China and Ukraine and China, the economy between Russia and China is really huge. And I don't really think that China can make a fair argument or fair mediation in terms of the Russian-Ukraine war, because eventually many people fear that China would cut off the Ukraine and making a deal in favor of Russia. So what we can do, Japan, Israel, and Gulf countries, we really have to observe that this is the moment of truth, really, for the preservation of the international law and order. So everyone has to have a very good observation about what is really going on. We really have to share information and knowledge about what is really going on. And I think, even though we don't really directly act as a mediator, but we really share our opinion about how this should be done, including how we can pressurize Russia or China, etc. So I think this, kind of team play is really, really crucial for three of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yosim, perhaps a quick response.
I just want to add one comment regarding the energy security. When I was a young scholar, someone told me, if you want to understand the Middle East, you have to understand Islam and oil. So I studied the Islamic studies and energy studies. So just one comment regarding the energy security. I want to give you just a simple example for what happened in the last week, in order to make a suggestion regarding how we should perceive the risk of energy security. A week ago, the prices of oil were $130 a barrel. Now, I don't know how many of you know, before the invasion, the prices were 25 and jumped to 130. I don't know how many of you know, the price right now is 93. Reduced. So actually nothing happened. Nothing happened because of the invasion. We have the same supply. We are not in a risk of because of the energy security. And it's happened, and we should ask what happened. How come they jumped and then they fall again? And I think it's something we should learn about the markets and the correlation with markets and energy security in the last decade. You can see it over and over again. And the last time it happened, it was during the attack of the Iranians on the Saudi facilities. And then again, after the assassination in the Qasem Soleimani, the head of the Revolutionary Guard of Iran, the market jumped. And then a few days after they fell, the same situation happened when there were attacks against the oil tankers in the Arabian Gulf. Same situation, the market's reacting. After a few days, they are falling. but the meaning it maybe we give a lot of attention to the geopolitical aspect and its impact on energy security. I think what we are seeing here is that the markets know better to evaluate what is the risk. And what happened is that we use more technology to evaluate. We have drones, we have satellites, we have social media that report what exactly happened. And when we're thinking about energy security, we think in I would say, in a historical perspective, because in the past, we all remember the crisis in '73, that there was a huge crisis. But then we didn't have technology. We didn't know how to evaluate the risk. And this is why we should reconsider and rethink about the meaning of energy security. Is there a real energy security challenge? I'm not sure. What we should invest, Japanese, Israeli, and the Arab Gulf, is detection, is to evaluate the risk. Is there a risk? To put more efforts how to detect problems. How can we evaluate the risk? And then I think the term energy security will not be so problematic, or we will not be afraid of the term energy security, because we discussed a lot about the energy security. But take a look what happened just in the last week. Actually, nothing happened because of the invasion of Russia to Ukraine. There is no energy security risk.
Very interesting. Thank you very much. I'm sure we could have continued this discussion much longer, at least I would. It's very fascinating. I would like to thank our panelists, join hands, and thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you all. We can continue some of the discussions over lunch. And now, thank you. Thank you. And now we're moving to the second keynote speech delivered to you by Professor Taniguchi. Like many of our speakers, Professor Taniguchi combines academic experience and insight with a rare insider's view from the very top of government. In addition to his current position at the Kyoto University in Japan, he was a special advisor to Prime Minister Shinzo Abe and his foreign policy speechwriter, and much more than that. Professor Taniguchi witnessed firsthand many of Japan's important developments in Israel and Japan's relationship over the past decade and a half. While we were hoping to have him with us here in physical presence, we're still very much delighted to have him with us on Zoom, live, joining us to address Japan and Israel's strategic partnership in a destabilized world. We might also have the opportunity to take a few questions later on, as we did before, but please now welcome Professor Taniguchi, please.
Thank you very much. I salute Professors Afterman and Ikeuchi for putting such a great amount of effort to make this happen, and I'm very much pleased to be part of that. As a student of English language, I remember it was when I was 16 that an idiom, birds of a feather flock together, entered my lexicon. Well, that's just about. Israel and Japan are of a feather because we're seasoned democracies, two of the most valuable allies to the United States. Our economies are both knowledge-driven, and of course, we share borders with hostile neighbors. I could finish my talk there, as the idiom summarizes why the Israeli-Japanese partnership matters, especially in the world that is much less stable than only 3 years ago. Economic interests, strategic concerns, and international politics have all played out and reinforced each other to bring Japan closer to Israel. Admittedly, the two nations have never been as close as they are now. What has been the propellant? I will give a look at each one of those ingredients: economy, strategic concerns and politics, so as for us to see the path our two nations have taken. Firstly, on economy. It was in 1998, the year Israel celebrated the 50th anniversary since its founding. I made an extended tour across the country to speak with entrepreneurs and venture capitalists. The tour was for me to run a cover story on Israeli startups for Nikkei Business, a Japanese language magazine I was with at the time. Ira Eli Garshowitz helped me to see lots of startups and investors, including Chemi Perez. I witnessed lots of US-based companies had long been operating in Israel, such as Intel, Microsoft, Motorola, and Qualcomm. I also learned of Talpiot program and the inseparability among Israeli army, technology, and startups. My article was the first that introduced Talpiot to the Japanese audience. What hit my ears as much as my eyes equally mattered, for I detected the strong North American accent spoken among many entrepreneurs. One saw a great backdoor channel connecting the Jerusalem, Haifa, Tel Aviv triangle with that of San Francisco, Oakland, Hayward. Notwithstanding all that, Japanese companies were very much conspicuous only in their absence. Hence my argument to the Japanese executives: make a dive in the Israeli pool of talent, which would open one door after another, that would bring you to the clusters of military technologies and put you even on a fast track toward Silicon Valley. I am therefore pleased that 24 years since, my country has finally done a catch-up and done so quite in an accelerated way. Now, the net beneficiary is corporate Japan. By working together with the Israelis, Japanese companies could, number one, buy time necessary for achieving technological development. Number two, replace their conventional culture that values organic growth with a new one cherishing inorganic growth. Number three, bring them to the corridor that leads to the US clusters of startups. And four, most importantly, earn the Israeli zest for something novel. In this benefactor-beneficiary equation, what could the Israelis gain in return? Apart from the usual suspects such as investment, the access to the Japanese market, and the manufacturing savvy of the Japanese, I would emphasize the following 2 points. Point number one, Japan promises to spend more going forward on its defense, culminating in short supply of the technologies of artificial intelligence, quantum computing, augmented reality, and cyber defense, which would demand greater contributions from the Israelis. Number two, Japan has done quite a bit recently in enmeshing itself with a host of international networks. The great supply chain network that transcends ASEAN member nations is made and fostered by Japan. Japan is an inaugural member of the TPP-11, as well as of the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, or RCEP. The EU-Japan Economic Partnership Agreement is the biggest and the most advanced ever forged among developed countries. The Quadrennial Security and Cooperation Framework, or Quad, comprising Australia, India, and Japan, and the United States, could not have materialized had it not been for its strongest advocate, Shinzo Abe, for whom, as was introduced, I worked as his primary foreign policy speechwriter. Finally, Japan is the single most important ally the United States maintains in the Indo-Pacific theater, just like Israel in the Middle East. In sum, if you buy one, you get 2, 3, or even more, which is what it is like to work with Japan. Now, this last point, that Japan looks at many lateral arrangements to maximize its strategic maneuverability for the enhancement of its national interests, lay at the heart of the strategic concerns Shinzo Abe sought after when he chose to invest more in the bilateral relationship between Israel and Japan. Envisage for a moment that between Israel and the United States, there is a bridge that is sturdy. Envision also, there is another big one connecting the first and the second biggest democratic economies across the Pacific. Prime Minister Abe had an intuitive sense that by bringing Japan closer to Israel, Japan could build yet another pillar that would help sustain its alliance with the US. And to make the alliance resilient is a task to be pursued earnestly, no matter who chances to be in office. Mr. Abe was also of a view that to build a personal bond with Bibi Netanyahu, if coupled with Japan's growing engagement in Israeli technology industries, could result in the surge of interest among the people of Jewish origin in the United States, not a small number of whom are in leadership positions in the country's public sector. Speaking of Prime Minister Netanyahu, the big shoe-shaped chocolate his chef served Mr. and Mrs. Prime Minister Abe on the dinner table did not cause any hiccup in Japan. I spoke with Prime Minister Abe last week and asked what he made of the dessert. Nothing really fun, was his answer. Anyhow, what ensued was pretty much what Prime Minister Abe intended to achieve. His heartfelt remarks, albeit short, he delivered at Yad Vashem the 19th of January 2015, earned praise literally the next moment from Rabbi Cooper of Simon Wiesenthal Center. The AJC, or American Jewish Committee, would send its delegates each year to Tokyo. They made it customary to visit Prime Minister's office to meet Shinzo Abe in person. Even yours truly was invited by AIPAC, the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, to one of its annual gatherings. None of those developments, let me stress, had any precedent. Lest you should forget, Israel could be a force multiplier in intelligence gathering, which is what interested Prime Minister Abe from the outset. Under his leadership, Tokyo legislated the first bill for the protection of sensitive intelligence. With that, Tokyo built the intelligence community that deserved its name. It then reached out to Mossad. Now, intelligence officials from Japan, the US, and Israel can exchange notes among each other, evidence that Israel could multiply the power of intelligence Japan could not achieve alone by itself. I must quickly footnote here with a reference to the Abraham Accords. The world is leaving behind the fossil fuel regime, which is a trend that will stay in place for quite some time, which will then continue to motivate the GCC nations to widen their relationships with Israel. No longer will those business passport holders from Japan have to work in Israel, anxious of negative repercussion they might face in the neighboring countries. In short, the accords make everything Japan does with Israel much easier. I have so far covered economic interests and strategic concerns that brought Japan closer to Israel, especially under Shinzo Abe. In the remainder, I would like to introduce the final point that of international politics. If I may remind you of the remarks Shinzo Abe made at Yad Vashem 7 years ago, he said, among others, something like the following, and I quote, "Today, I have learned how much merciless humans can be by singling out a group of people and making that group the object of discrimination and hatred." Unquote. By saying such, he did not necessarily mean the Germans and the atrocities they committed. Rather, he was thinking of evolving situation in and out of Japan. He urged the future generation of the Japanese never to categorize any group of people to make them an object of hatred. True, China would likely continue to pose existential threats towards the Japanese. And yet one should not resort to expressing hatred, which is what he meant on one hand. On the other hand, he sent a signal to the Chinese as well as the Koreans, whose versions of nationalism could not exist without tirelessly rekindling their anti-Japanese emotions, saying that it is time for all to leave behind a habit of hating someone else. In that year, 2015, he had a project he wished to carry out successfully. He intended to address the joint session of the US Congress later that year in April. There, he wanted to put an end to the mixed emotions the Japanese and the Americans had toward each other due to the negative legacy of the war, and give a new direction to the alliance, which he would choose to call an alliance of hope. He also intended to deliver a statement commemorating the 70th anniversary of the end of World War II, in which he was going to reflect upon the winding paths Japan and the world took in the run-up to the war. In sum, on that January day, Prime Minister Abe wanted to enhance moral capital of his own as well as of his country in order to carry through his mission of setting a new vector that would direct the Japanese not to the past but to the future. Nowhere else was more apt a place than the side of the eternal flame for him to start building that moral capital. That much is what I meant by international politics. I should stop here. I look forward to your comments, responses, and questions. Thank you very much again for having me, and my deepest apologies that I've been able to join you only online.
Thank you, Professor. We have now just a few more questions, if the Professor will indulge us with a few more minutes for a few quick questions from the audience. And perhaps I'll give you the microphone.
Thank you.
Please present yourself.
My name is Yona Siderer. I have experience of almost 5 decades, more than Elchanan before, with Japan. I come from the academy. I have an experience in the Israel aircraft industry. Solar energy is on my rooftop, producing electricity to the Israel Electric Company. And one topic was not mentioned here, and I want to throw it into the pot, and this is education. And it was mentioned, Yossi, I didn't get the last name, mentioned about younger generation in our area. So I think a basic thing will be to rewrite the Sifrei HaLimud, the education, the school, textbook of school. We don't have a war and peace with Egypt, with Jordan, because their textbooks, our children's textbooks, still show the other partner as an enemy. But we are not as such. Some years ago, I had to film some forms to enter some job here, and they asked me, here, do you have any Arab friends in Israel? And I knew for that purpose, it was good to say no. But I was ashamed of myself that I don't know any Arab Israeli here. How come? Last Saturday, we had a meeting in Abu Ghosh. It's an Israeli village. And it was so nice to get into the house of one woman there, and she told us about her life. So I think, I don't know who should take the pill, maybe Higashi.
Perhaps
maybe the education
Professor Taniguchi, perhaps a quick response to that.
Immediate response, but it should be taken. Thank you.
I think that's very much an important point. It was actually Rabbi Cooper himself that approached me to push the Japanese government to launch a unique program to bring in a dozen or so elementary school teachers from the Gaza Strip in order for them to get a glimpse of what's going on in the world. There is no hatred between Israelis and Palestinians. So it's a long-term cure. The plan was for the Japanese Foreign Ministry to invite 10, 20 elementary school teachers each and every year for a prolonged period of time. By the time the total number of alumni, let's say elementary school teachers from Gaza Strip, amounts to something like 200, something fundamental may change in the mindset of the Palestinians. Because I know, as much as you know, in the Palestinian territory, school textbooks are so written as would evoke hatred deliberately towards the Israelis. And from the Israeli side as well, this is not a governmental affair, but something that NGO in Japan pursues. Each year, one NGO based in Tokyo invites 10 high school students from Israel and a matching number of high school students in Palestine, all girls, to spend in the village, in the upstream of a river that runs through Tokyo, for them to actually go through the same experience. And I was told on day 2, 3, normally it is from the Palestinian girls' side accusation is made against the Israelis. And Israeli high school girls, 17-year-olds and 16-year-olds, don't know how to respond. But over time, with the mediation provided by the Japanese high school and college girls, they make a miraculous rapprochement by the time they will leave Japan. Most unfortunately, those exchange programs, the one that I mentioned between Palestinian elementary school teachers and Japan, and the other between Israeli high school students, girl students, and Palestinian female high school students, all are put into halt due to the pandemic. And I'm very much eager to see those programs, restarted and gaining momentum again. And Ambassador Mizushima, I beg you to look afresh at the program. Thank you.
Someone got some homework to do. Sorry. Yes, so please, if you don't mind coming to taking the microphone here down below. The professor will hear you online as well. Yes, exactly.
Hello, Professor Taniguchi. It's Danny Hakim. I'm director of the Azrieli Foundation. I also am chairman of Budo for Peace and Sports for Social Change, and a director of the Alliance of Middle East Peace. My question to you is, you're aware of the MEPA Fund, the Middle East Peace Partnership Fund that America was signed for $250 million over 5 years to promote people-to-people between Jewish, Arab, and Israeli and Palestinians, and also to promote economic development. We know that Japan is one of the major funders of economic development in the Palestinian Authority. I want to know if you think that there's a possibility that Japan would join the MEPA Fund as a partner to create more people-to-people exchanges on a larger scale.
Thank you, Mr. Hakim, for raising that question. Danny Hakim and I have been known each other for some time. It was a great pity with the postponement of Tokyo 2020 to Tokyo 2021. Everything went on without an audience, without other people other than athletes participating in the event. The original plan was Danny Hakim would bring teenagers and small children engaged in martial arts, Budo, to Tokyo to present exhibition to the world audience. Sometime in the future, one day in the future, let's do that. And also, may I just say again, Budo is for martial arts, but martial arts are not for killing or hurting anyone else. It is to give respect to your competitor, which is why the great judo athlete of my age, someone called Yamashita, when he competed against a Muslim judo finalist, and the Muslim finalist from Egypt, and he knew that Mr. Yamashita had a terrible injury in one of his feet, but the Egyptian judo wrestler did not actually target at the injury of Mr. Yamashita. And the Egyptian judo wrestler, in response to the press conference after the match, who accused the Egyptian wrestler not having attacked Yamashita properly, the Egyptian wrestler responded by saying, "I am an Egyptian. I am a Muslim. As a proud Muslim, I could not do such a nasty thing to someone I do respect so highly." So that's the essence of judo. And Danny Hakim is at the core of this movement to help prevail the habit of respecting your competitor.
Thank you.
Talking about the fund, I have been of a view that it is a small amount of money that is going to be involved. And yet it could earn disproportionately big results and return. So it's a very good way to invest into the goodwill of the people. I must say the same thing to Ambassador Mizushima. Please do consider taking part in this program. And Danny Hakim and Ambassador Mizushima, I know, have been getting along well with each other.
Thank you. Thank you very much. One last question. We have Ms. Lea Landman from our team, please.
Hello, Professor. I wanted to ask actually about how Japan could further the Abraham Accord, but I feel it's a bit the same question. So I think my question would be more precise and ask you what other countries Japan can bring into the game?
Interesting.
The game of Middle Eastern political dynamics?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, it's an innovative question. My intuitive response would be using Quad as a framework, because Quad is in its fledgling stage. One thing that's necessary is to build a habit of doing a lot of things together among India, Australia, Japan, and the United States. One thing that's lacking is the number of diaspora of the Japanese in the region. The Indian people, the population of Indian descendants throughout the region is huge. And Indian presence in the United States, in Australia, is well known. So Japan, again, should play a role as a mediator of a sort. And I think bringing Quad framework to the Middle Eastern politics, political dynamics, if possible, is going to be one thing that's very much innovative.
Thank you.
Very interesting.
Yes, certainly so. And this is a fantastic, forward-looking point to conclude with that intervention. Thank you very much, Professor, for your time, and we hope to continue the dialogue. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. We're now very happy to, just before concluding the day, just a little bit more food for thought before the food itself. We're very happy to have with us in person in Israel today the Israeli ambassador to Japan, Mr. Gilad Cohen. He assumed office as an ambassador of Israel to Japan in October 2021 after a long career in the Israeli Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He also served as the Deputy Director General for Asia and the Pacific. So he's best equipped to provide us with some forward-looking perspectives and some action items, perhaps, or the way forward. Ambassador Cohen, please.
Good afternoon. Well, I'm the last speaker before lunch, so it's going to be a challenge, but I hope you will bear with me. I promise you to be precise and short. Well, we are celebrating the 70 years anniversary of the diplomatic relations between Japan and Israel. Ambassador Mizoshima, Koichi-san, my dear friend, and myself, we are working, I think, hard to celebrate it and to have it in a good way. I even ran just last week the Tokyo Marathon in honor of these relations. You see how much, as ambassadors, we have to work hard for the relations, 42 kilometers. It was great fun. I recommend you to go and to do it. Now, I want to talk a bit about Israel-Japan relations, and then I'll talk about the Gulf. In my previous capacity, I used to work to build up the infrastructure in the Gulf, in Bahrain, in Dubai, in Abu Dhabi, in the foreign ministry, so I have also a special interest in it. I think you heard about the flourishment and what we have now in the Israeli-Japan relations. The level of investments rose, 3 times then in 2020 for 2021, $3 billion. We have the trade. We are complementing each other. The economies are complementing each other. Israel can bring daringness and not afraid to fail and to have a quick decision making. Japan can bring to the table the perfection, the industrial might, the hard work, the discipline that sometimes we are lacking here in Israel. So together, I think we can do a lot of things. Now, it's not enough. I think we can do much more in trade, in investment, bilateral investment, also investment from Israel in Japan. It's not enough. We should work hard, and I think the time has come to do it. We as governments are working hard, and we should do more in order to elevate it. And what do I mean in doing more? For example, we should have the direct flights between Narita Airport and Tel Aviv and Ben Gurion, because businessmen don't have time to waste in connecting flights. They should work. It was supposed to start in March 2020. Unfortunately, due to the COVID, it was delayed. But we hope that this year, inshallah, we're going to have it because it's so important. We have to work hard also, and we are working hard to have agreements between the governments in all fields, especially in economy, and trying to give the infrastructure and the ground for businessmen, both from Israel and Japan, to work together, and I'll touch upon the Gulf also soon. I think the cancellation of now the requirement for quarantine in Japan is, in Israel you don't have, is a very, very good move. I hope that businessmen can come and students. You still need the visa from the Japanese embassy, but I promise you they will give you if you behave. But anyway, you'll get it, and I hope that it will be exempt soon as government of Japan will lift the requirements, the quarantine requirement, and also the visa requirements. We should do it. This will be an engine that is going to work very hard for the relations. Now, there is and you heard it before, really a change, a dramatic change in the geopolitics here in the Middle East. It's the Abraham Accords and in Indo-Pacific region. You can see it. You can see the U.S. is coming back to Asia. It's coming back. I have a dear friend, his name is Rami Manuel, the US ambassador to Tokyo, and we speak a lot. He even came to the marathon to give me a support in the last kilometers, which was very good. You know, it's the US, you know, supporting. He's a very dear friend, and he told me, we are here and we can work together, trilateral cooperation and with the Gulf itself. And because you see, I think it's a change of paradigm, and this is what we have to work hard in order to convince Japanese people, Japanese society, government, and businessmen that reality has changed. There is no, you know, when I went to talk to the president of Asahi Shimbun, and I explained, listen, you should also talk about good things in Israel, not about, wars, because you're going in the street in Tokyo and I ask someone, what's the first connotation about Israel? So what he would tell you, I don't know, you have Qassam there, you have some violence, Hamas, what's going on? That's not the reality. I'm saying always, Tel Aviv is like Tokyo. The reality has changed, and this is what I want my task is to, I just published yesterday in Nikkei, I don't know if you saw it, an article about why it is good for Japanese businessmen and companies to work with Israel and to Israelis to come to work. This is what I want to bring together, and the change of reality of the Abraham Accords. Now, there is what's happening in Asia and in the South, in the Indo-Pacific, the threats there, the tension between the superpower, between China and the US. And I think that what you can see there is where Japan and Israel, we are on the same page. Democracies, value of freedom, human rights, freedom of navigation, rule of law, the FOIP initiative that we share so many things as Israel there. And, you know, we can do so many things together because we are alike. We are the enemies of peace. We have to confront them together. If Iranians are attacking Japanese ships, they are also attacking Israeli ships and other ships. And so these are the enemies of peace, for example, and we are for peace, and we should work together. It's not against someone, it's for someone, it's for peace, it's for security, it's for stability. We wanted to see the Gulf not being threatened by the enemies of peace, by Iranians and others, and I think Japan sees the same. And I think that we can work together, we can do a lot of things together, and I think this is a time that there is, we know that 30 or 40 years now, no Arab boycott anymore, on the contrary. And we can work together and we can do so many things. We spoke about trilateral, the triangle that we can do. I think that the US is looking at it very favorably. You saw a few weeks ago, there was this innovation convention headed by the ministers of economies from UAE, Israel, and Japan, working together, talking about innovation and giving a platform for, let's talk about, for example, for Israel, it goes without saying, but it's a message from, if I may interpret it, the Japanese government, message to the Japanese businessmen and companies. You are working, when you cover Israel, you work from London, from Brussels, from I don't know where. But you have, you know how many companies, Japanese companies, you have in Dubai, for example. You can work from Dubai. You can, to Israel. You can open a branch from Dubai to Israel or go, and we'll have here not 100, almost 100 Japanese companies sitting here. We can have many more. hundreds and hundreds of Japanese companies, and vice versa. So I think that we have combined interest. I think that we are on the same page, and what we are working now, I think that we should come to a strategic partnership with Japan. I think the time has come. Japan and Israel today are like Israel and India of Modi today. We can work on everything, and we are working on it. I can tell you that we are working on it, on having it in the same platform, the same level, because of course, when there is a strategic partnership, it covers from politics to economy, to science, to culture, to defense, everything. So I think that the time has come, because I think that I think we should do it, and I think Israel would like to do it, and I hear some good vibes of our messages in Tokyo. I spoke about the security. After 16 years, Israel has opened a defense attaché office in the embassy in Tokyo. Japan has now, you have it, but you doubled it, the numbers of people you have there. I think that we can do a lot of things together, also on defense. I think we can cooperate, we can do things that are interesting. Israel can provide a lot of game-changing technologies, and we spoke about cyber and cybersecurity and other issues, but I think that this is something that is very, very interesting. I met Minister Kishi, Minister of Defense, and all the leadership of Minister of Defense in Japan, and I heard very good messages, and I offered many ways of cooperation. I will not elaborate on this, of course, but I think this is also, it is reflecting of the bond between Israel and Japan, which is not only politics and is not only commerce, but it can go even beyond. And I think it is very interesting. You know, you saw in the last Blue Flag drill here in Israel, there were 8 armies or 8 air forces coming here. Also, the chief of Air Force of Emirates came here. So I don't see any reason why the Air Force Commander of Japan will not come here, or our Air Force Commander will come there. You know, both of us, we have F-35. You know, it can be interesting. But anyway, I think that we can also work on infrastructure. There's not enough Japanese companies here in Israel in the infrastructure sector. I think that Israel is now going to invest, I think, $20 billion in the next 20 years only on railroads and infrastructure. And I think that we would like to see Japanese companies coming in and going in and doing it, because I think that we can all earn from it. I think the energy sector is a very important one. I think we have a lot of gas still in the offshore, the economic water of Israel, a lot of gas. It just has to be taken out, liquefied, and maybe sending it maybe through Saudi and Emirates, Dubai to Japan or not, but I would like to call Japanese companies to come to the energy sector in Israel. I hope that Israel will reopen the bids in the economic waters of Israel in order for Japanese companies and other companies, of course, around the world to come here, because I think Asia, and you see what's happening now in Russia and Ukraine, I think the need for energy will go higher and higher, and I think we can develop this sector. I think that we in Israel should do also more on having more, and it includes the academy and also other relevant ministries and the military and others, to have more high-tech people in the sector. I think we don't have enough. We should do more, and I know that the government is working very hard for it, to have more people that will work in the high-tech, because I think that it will serve a lot, and I think there is a need. And there is a need in Asia, of course in Japan, but also shortage here in Israel. Now, the last point is about the Abraham Accords. This is really a dramatic change. Last Hanukkah, I had the ambassador of Morocco and ambassador of Bahrain coming. They had the little candles for Hanukkah, and it was just a message that I wanted to project to the Guy Musho, the foreign ministry, and to others. This is the new reality we have now, and we are going to have, the ambassador of the Emirates couldn't come because he has his national day the same day. So, but this is the new reality which I think that we should project and we should reflect in order to see that there is a new atmosphere. So if I take what's happening in the Indo-Pacific, and I take what's happening in the Middle East, and I combine it together, I think that, as I'm saying, the Sakura, it's just in 5 days, I think, from now. I'm heading back to Tokyo to see it now. The cherry blossom, the most famous thing in the world in Japan, is coming. Sakura has come to Japan-Israel relations. Sakura has come to Israel-Gulf relations. And we should seize the day and take the opportunity because the sky is the limit. Really, the sky is the limit. So I promise to be short and to let you go to it. So I want to just to thank you, to thank to you, Dr. Dalia, to thank Satoshi-san, to thank the Japanese embassy, my dear friend Koichi-san. Thank you, Reichman University, Tokyo University, to other people here, to all of you. Thank you very much. Domo arigato gozaimashita.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ambassador. We've had a lot of interesting insights today. We at the Institute try to provide you all, not just the Japanese community and its friends in Israel and in Japan, but collaboratively, the Institute, together with our distinguished partners from Tokyo University, some fresh perspectives and a new, perhaps even policy recipe to the two governments, and as now addressed by the Honorable Ambassador, and to inject new multilateral contact into the bilateral relationships and to create new frameworks for new policies. Ladies and gentlemen, we conclude the conference, and I'd like you to please join me in thanking our speakers and panelists for very insightful contributions, and for the guests who made a very long travel to join us here on campus. I'd also like to thank our friends and colleagues for whom, without their support at least, we couldn't have this operation going on today. First and foremost, our colleagues from the Japanese Embassy. Ambassador, thank you very much for your help and support. Mr. Guy Lachman and Noah Asher. And many thanks to our audience online who joined us from across the globe. Our deep appreciation to the Abba Eban Institute team and the many interns who helped us to execute and deliver this event. And to the Reichman University departments and administrative team, and my deepest appreciation and gratitude to both Dr. Gedalia Afterman, head of our Asia Policy Program, and to Professor Satoshi Kiyuchi for his friendship and very useful cooperation. Thank you very much, sir. And I invite you all to enjoy a buffet luncheon upstairs. Thank you all for coming. Thank you.